see the green light right there? Almost see the
Yeah,
green light.
we're good.
We're on the
There
air.
we go. Okay, cool. Okay. The red light. Okay, we're good.
Mr. Phillips, we're good to go.
Good morning, and welcome to the June 21st, 2022 meeting of the City of Lakeland Planning and Zoning Board. The board meets every third Tuesday of the month to review proposals for changing the city's comprehensive plan, its future land use map, zoning changes consistent with the map, and conditional use permits. The board is made up of 7 members appointed by the City Commission and is assisted by the staff of the Community and Economic Development Department and the City Attorney's Office. Staff will advance any presentation slides that should have been provided prior to the meeting. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a public hearing where we expect to hear new applicants explain their request and receive comments from affected parties. The second part of the meeting is termed the general meeting and primarily consists of acting on recommendations from staff about the cases that came up in the prior month's meeting. We invite everyone who wishes to participate to be heard. We do ask that you be concise in your comments and that speakers avoid being repetitive. That is, if several people have pointed out traffic concerns, there is no need to hear additional comments regarding traffic again. But we would like to hear anything new that has not been addressed. In order to allow everyone to have an opportunity to speak, there will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker, and the clerk has a timer for that purpose. We respectfully ask that you adhere to this rule. We also ask at this time that you silence any mobile devices. Also, if you do come up to speak, please give your name and your address. With that, we thank all of you for being here, and I'll turn the meeting over to the Secretary, Ronald Roberts.
Good morning. Item 1, compatibility review to allow for the construction of an accessory dwelling unit on property located at 944 Success Avenue. Owner Kyle Murphy, applicant Mark Switzer, Value Pro Remodeling and Maintenance LLC. And this is for consideration of final decision.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Hi.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mark Schweitzer. This is for 944 Success Avenue with Value Pro Remodeling.
And real quick, I believe staff has just a brief introduction, and then we'll turn it over for you to provide background on the project.
Hi, good morning. Damaris Stahl, Senior Planner at Community Economic Development. The subject property is located in 944 Success Avenue. It is in the RA4 Single Family Urban Neighborhood Zone District. The adjoining parcels to the subject property are all residential. Accessory dwelling units are permitted in the urban context district. We're legally conforming single-family detached dwelling units is on the same lot or parcel. A minimum of 1 street parking is required in addition to the parking spaces for principal uses for an accessory dwelling unit. In this here is the proposed site plan. As see here is towards the alleyway, and the proposed elevations for this ADU. On January 28th of 2021, this particular item was actually reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board Design Review Committee, and was granted approval to demolish the existing detached garage that was located in this area here that is on the structure. In addition, the applicant also applied to the Zoning Board of Adjustment Appeals requesting the variance for the height of 3.33 feet for a minimum height of 15.83. And that was also approved last year of May 2021. The permit for the ADU was submitted prior to the compatibility review was completed. So the following images, this here is the floor plan. Following images is of construction of the ADU. So this here is in the alleyway east of the principal structure facing west. This is the northeast corner facing south, southwest corner facing east, and the northwest corner facing southeast. And I will pause here. If there's any questions or comments that you would like to address at this time, the applicant is here as well. And for record, we did not receive any phone calls or letters of opposition for this project.
Done? You give your name and address again, please, sir.
All right, Mark Schweitzer, and this is for 944 Success Avenue with Value per Remodeling.
Do you have anything more? Do you have anything to add at this time?
No, I'm just ready to continue, keep finishing this construction. We're trying to get her done by end of August, so.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Thank you. Any comments from the audience? Anyone who has wishes to speak, come up now from the audience on this topic? No? Okay.
Apparently what happened in this case was the applicant did not go through the normal process with the historic board and apply for the height variance. At the time he received his historic approval, he was advised of the need for compatibility review, but for whatever reason, the application was never made and the permit was issued in error. So this process is really more of a formality at this point. Obviously, it's been built there, but staff did review the request. It does meet all the other requirements in the code there, and we are recommending approval for that.
Any other comments from the board? Questions?
I'll go over the conditions.
I'm sorry.
All right, so the following conditions will need to be met, which are the development standards in accordance with the RA4 zoning classification, subsection 4.3.2 of the City Land Development Code, except as otherwise provided. Site development plan, the project shall be developed in substantial accordance with site development plan included in attachment A and the floor plan included in attachment B. And the architectural elevations, the project shall be developed in accordance with architectural elevations included in attachment C.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to note for the clerk, we did have 2 board members come in just in the middle of that. Did either of you have any questions about this first case? And
No.
pretty simple, straightforward. Staff's recommending approval. So just want to make sure you were familiar with it before we had a vote with everybody voting. So we've got a full board and we're ready for a motion.
Anybody wish to make a motion?
Motion to approve as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 2, conditional use to recognize an existing church and child daycare facility and allow for the construction of a 2-story, 3,662 square foot addition on property located at 210 Popple Drive. Owner, Covenant Presbyterian Church, O. Applicant, Ryan Ellerby, Ellerby Construction, Inc. And this is for consideration of final decision.
Good morning, Todd Vargo, Senior Planner with Community and Economic Development. Again, we're here to recognize an existing church, which according to the Polk County Property Appraiser was built around 1975, recognize the existing child daycare center and allow for a 2-story expansion on the east side of the building. The subject property is at 210 Papel Drive, which is just east of South Florida Avenue. South Florida would be like right around here, just off the aerial photo. The subject property is approximately 3.52 acres in area. It's located on the north side of Papel Drive, and again, approximately 450 feet east of South Florida Avenue. The property has a future land use designation of residential low, an RA1 single-family residential zoning district designation, and a suburban neighborhood context subdistrict designation. Churches, synagogues, and other houses of worship require approval of a conditional use within the RA1 zoning district. The church has been operating as a legal, non-conforming use since it didn't have conditional use approval. It was legal at the time it was constructed, but doesn't conform to the land development code today because it needed the conditional use approval. Per section 13 of the city's land development code, structures associated with non-conforming uses can be maintained or repaired. However, they can't be expanded. So when they came forward with the plan to put the new 2-story office addition on, it kind of raised some flags with us and said, well, you can do it, but you need to get the conditional use approval first and become a conforming use. So here's the church looking at the intersection of Papel and Carlisle Road South. Here is the church head-on from Papel Drive. There is, in 1995, there was a conditional use permit granted for 2 portable classroom buildings, and they're sitting right there, still in good condition. At that time, when they did this conditional use approval for the modular buildings, they probably also could have recognized the church too, but maybe they just, at the time, staff just didn't realize. I don't know what happened. I wasn't around in 1995, but here is the other side of the church. This is looking west towards the church from the parking area abutting Skyland Drive. You can see, and I think I've got a little better picture of this in the next one. There's existing playground for the child daycare. The church, again, also has an existing child development center, which is a conditional use in the RA1 zoning district when accessory to a house of worship. The development center is licensed for 150 students, although only about 120 are currently enrolled. You'll see when I get to our conditions that we do address the child development center. We just want to make sure that it functions correctly given the residential nature of the surrounding properties. This again, so there's on the left-hand side is the playground. This is the general location of the 2-story office addition. And then here is the site plan. Again, here's the church kind of in the middle. Those last couple pictures were taken from this parking area, and we were looking at here's the proposed addition. And then just the modular buildings are in this corner over here. So most everything, the 2-story addition will be here on this side of the church. Down here is Papel Drive. To the west, the church abuts an existing high turnover restaurant. This, I believe, is the Steak and Shake down here. And to the north, east, and south, the church abuts single-family residential. Since the existing church has operated for 45 years, if not longer, with minimal impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, we don't see any issue granting a conditional use permit to give the church conforming status. It's been there forever, hasn't caused any problems. And also to allow the 2-story office expansion. That 2-story addition is only for existing church staff and will not lead to additional employees or expansion of the on-site child development center or for any other use. With that said, my presentation is done. Yep. And if that, you want to call the applicant up to make a presentation or?
Is there not an existing office building on that property right now as well?
I believe there is over here. There's like It looks, and I don't have a picture of it, I apologize. It looks like it could have been a house at one time.
So that will remain there also, is that?
Yes, I don't think they have any plans to demolish that. I think they need some more office space. But I'll let the applicant explain.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Panton. Ryan couldn't make it this morning. He's out of town, couldn't make it back. My address is 1707 East Elm Road. Basically touch on everything on the project. The existing office that we just talked about will move into the new building. Those modular units will go away. I think the house will remain as is for either back to a resident or remain as office space, but basically touching everything that we are trying to do.
Any questions from the board?
So the existing portables on the side closest to South Florida, those will be removed?
Yes, once the two-story addition is in place, those will go away.
Thank you.
Are we requesting approval, the change for the whole thing, including the church? Is that what we're being asked today?
We're just looking, my understanding is we're looking at that two-story building that
Okay,
they want to put
okay.
up now.
Because what they were saying is I didn't understand exactly what they were talking about, the church itself not being.
Well, I don't think the church itself is going to be affected, will it, sir? No, the physical position of the church, the only thing you were asking for is to put this two-story building up.
Correct.
Additional office.
Correct.
Yes, but we need to recognize the existing church to the conditional use. I mean, what apparently happened was the church was likely built when this was in the county. Area was annexed in, and for whatever reason, the city never applied through zoning conformance any type of conditional use or any conforming zoning that would have made it legal conforming. So all these years, it's typically been legal non-conforming. In the event of like a hurricane or other natural disaster, it could not have been repaired if it reached a certain threshold. So this will actually make the use legal conforming and give them that certainty going forward that, they can keep on doing what they're doing.
So us approving this building will make the entire complex conforming? Is
Yes.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
But now, the temporary classrooms you say are going away?
Yes.
Nothing's going to,
For-
the new building is not going where the temporary classrooms are, or am I?
No, the new building is just office spaces.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was made clear when they went through concept plan review. Mr. Varga, were you aware of that conversation about the portables?
This is the first time I'm hearing about that.
Okay, so we try to recognize those, but we can certainly maybe amend that condition, so when the addition is complete, those portable classrooms will go away.
From my understanding, most of it
If they
is
need
used
portable
for.
classrooms now, what I don't understand, if the other building is going to just be for offices, all of a sudden, now they don't need the additional space for children for classes?
They don't use this.
They don't use it at all? Okay, okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, sir.
Can you confirm it becomes conforming, does that then mean that they can make additions and other expansions without further board input?
They could do minor things, but any major additions, probably anything larger than 300 or 400 square feet, they'd have to come back before this board here. That's typically how we've handled it. So it just recognizes what's there and makes it conforming under the zoning. That's the main thing that we're trying to focus on here.
So we're just approving this specific item right now, and that is it.
For the conditional use would cover the entire campus, including the addition.
Right.
And then I believe, Mr. Vargo, can you confirm too that there's a potential expansion of the enrollment at the school that would also be accounted for through this conditional use as well?
Well, they are licensed to 150 children. They currently have 120. So I believe our conditions of approval address some of that, where we just, again, once they get above 120, we want to make sure that it, you'll see in our conditions, we just want to make sure that those additional children and the traffic doesn't impact the residential area in any way.
Thank you, sir. No other questions?
So it might help if I go over my, oh, sorry, did you?
And that may be something too, after public comment and then the condition.
Yeah.
Good question.
Nope.
Okay.
Got conditions to go over.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any comments? Anyone from the audience wish to make any comments?
Any public comment on this item?
Good morning. My name is Fabio Luciano. I live on Skyline Court West, which is...
I'm sorry, sir, could you just
Give your
repeat?
name and address.
Can you repeat that now that you're at the microphone? Thank
My
you.
name is Fabio Luciano. I live on 137 Skyline Court West, which is a residential area right behind the parking lot of the church. We currently have to contend with the dumpsters, people going overnight, dumping stuff, and then the pickup between 5 and 6 a.m. twice a week. So my question is, this is going to increase the traffic and the, let's say, people going through parking, etc. Because right now we are feeling burdened by these dumpsters. So I'm assuming that if this increases, we might get more dumpsters. I mean, I'm right behind the parking lot.
If my understand, thanks. It was my understanding that the church said that there will be no increase in people in the new office building, so there will be no additional people coming to work there, is my understanding.
Yeah, typically we measure impacts for churches by the capacity of the sanctuary. So since they're not increasing the city in the sanctuary, the church itself would not be increasing in intensity. And the school, as Mr. Barmy indicated, that's a previously approved use there. Currently, they have 120 kids there, but under their license, they are allowed up to 150. We are trying to address any additional impacts through there, but otherwise, basically, they're doing what they've historically had approved there.
Yeah, the application that the church submitted specifically says the new two-story office addition is only for existing church staff and will not lead to additional employees or expansion of the on-site child development center or for any other use.
Is this Child Development Center a 5-day-a-week operation?
Yes.
Okay,
I believe so.
okay.
And it's currently operating now, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's been operating for a while.
Any other
Are
comments?
they adjusting the location of the dumpster as a part of this plan? It looks like it's in,
I don't believe so. I think the dumpster is right over here, which is, this is Skyland Drive here. I think that's the dumpster.
You got 2 dumpsters in the parking lot area. It's kind of hard for me to place myself on this. But it's right next to, okay, these are the existing modular buildings, which is right behind me. The dumpsters are what it says east grass parking or whatever that is.
Okay,
Over here?
over here?
Yes, sir. They are right there in the parking lot of the church. Right there. They come in every morning. I'm behind the line here, and there's at least there's at least 3 houses that are exposed to this noise constantly. And the problem is not so much the pickup, you can adjust to that, but it's people driving by in the evenings or at night that had no business with the church. So if they would relocate that to some area that the neighbors will not be affected, it will help me, my child, and my wife to get a good night's sleep.
I believe one of our conditions is to put a fence on this north property line.
that there's a fence on
But
it.
the fence, I got my own fence there, and, I mean, I don't want to complicate this. Sunday services twice on Sundays, I don't have an issue with it, I'm a believer as well. However, the parking of the individuals gets so close to the fence that gives me a concern once in a while. But I'm not concerned in regards to that, my concern is the noise.
And correct me if I'm wrong, please, Jared. I understand where you're coming from. It's, that's not one of the issues that are presented to us today to discuss. Have you spoken to the church?
I have not.
All right, may I make a suggestion? Maybe if you speak to the church, maybe you all could come to an agreement of some sort as far as moving the dumpsters. That might be helpful. It's just not before the board at this time. That isn't one of the
I completely
issues brought to
understand.
us.
Initially, we got the letter in the mail. We had no understanding of the scope. We didn't know whether if it was going to be a growing, not accommodation for the currently existing employees and needs of the church. And we don't have a problem with that. It's just that item is, we thought that if it was an increase on business, that it might be an increase on other items to support that business.
As I say, that it wasn't one of the things that was presented to this board today. But I think that if you tried speaking to the church, maybe you all could come to some sort of an agreement that would be beneficial.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
I'll communicate with whoever is the director is there, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, we appreciate your comments.
Thank you, sir.
I would ask that when this does go through formal site review, it does look like that might be a new location of a dumpster, just ensuring that we're meeting all those intents, and if we are in fact relocating it, that, that we're considering those.
Yeah, we'll have Public Works take a look at the dumpster location to make sure it meets the code.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just would say that I do think that the board can impose or recommend conditions for the commission to impose through the conditional use process, and Mr. Varga is going to recommend conditions. So I do think it is within the board's purview to, if the condition is reasonable and there's a nexus to some type of public concern that the board's trying to address. So we impose conditions all the time through the conditional use process. So I don't want to give the wrong impression that if the dumpster was causing some kind of harm, that the board couldn't impose some kind of condition related to it.
And I think this gentleman is coming from, and he certainly has been, seems reasonable to us, but I would assume that we ought to allow the church the ability to make a comment if they want to here, or possibly if they will get to.
Absolutely. I think it would be appropriate to hear their response to the comment.
Someone from the church like to speak to that?
Sir, do you have any response to the comments about the dumpster that were just made?
No, he's coming up now.
Hey, I'm Nathan Sly. I'm a deacon at the church. The dumpster.
Could you give your name and address?
5204 Sorrento Court.
Thank you.
The dumpster is not moving. I'm not sure what that is on the plan over there. That's the first I've ever heard of a complaint about the dumpster, and I think we would be happy to try and accommodate moving the dumpster to a place maybe more towards Steak and Shake where it won't bother residents. So I don't see a problem with moving the dumpster, but the plan is, as far as I know, not to move it over there. There's a big oak tree right there. So that's the first I'd seen, whatever that is.
Where is it currently?
At the end,
Oh,
up.
Is that it?
It's up that way.
so it's in close proximity to where the people who are going to use
It backs up to what must be his property. Is it right behind you?
We are in the houses right behind the portables.
It's
Just-
right at the end of that long parking alleyway. So the trucks come down there and they pick it up. I don't know what's involved in moving a dumpster, but we're not committed to the location that it's at if it's bothering a neighbor.
And if I may jump in here, I mean, something that we can certainly, Todd, if you want to go to the conditions, what we can do is address, as Mr. Simpson noted, enclosure has a gate on it, so that would help control folks coming in after hours and dumping or whatever they're doing. So what we can do is add a condition that says that the church will work with the city's Public Works Department to relocate the dumpster to another location within the site to minimize impact on the surrounding neighborhood. What we will do also separately is meet with our Public Works staff to see if there can be a change in the pickup time, so that it's not so early in the morning. If that is another issue, we can talk with our Public Works Department to address that outside of the conditional use process. But yeah, certainly it looks like that the exhibit that's shown there does show a new dumpster enclosure at a different location. And so by the time this goes to the city commission, I think that something that the board should consider is having an amended exhibit included with the proposed conditional use that does not show that dumpster enclosure in that location, and that we rely on the verbiage as a condition C to make sure that we've got that issue covered.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we need to make a motion to that effect to amend the conditional use request.
It sounds like he's recommending an amendment to the conditions before you, so it'd be up to the maker of the motion whether or not to adopt that amendment, or if, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Any comments from the board?
We would ask you allow Mr. Murdo to make his recommendation first, and then you can make a motion for any amendment to the conditions. That would be appropriate.
Okay. So we need a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's okay. For the record, this was the first comment that we've received on this conditional use permit. So we before today didn't receive any emails or phone calls. But I'll read the conditions of approval into the record. A, permitted uses, a church and typical ancillary uses, 2 portable modular classroom buildings, and a child daycare center with a maximum enrollment of 150 students. B, site development plan. The project shall be developed in substantial accordance with the site development plan included as attachment C. With the approval of the Director of Community and Economic Development, minor adjustments may be made at the time of site plan review without requiring a modification of this conditional use. C, development standards in accordance with the RA1 suburban neighborhood subdistrict standards, except as follows. 1, maximum building height, 2 stories. 2, minimum building setbacks. A, from the Papel Drive right-of-way, 25 feet. From the Skyland Drive right-of-way, 20 feet. D, daycare center traffic circulation. 1, all vehicle pickup and drop-off activities shall be accommodated on site. At no time shall vehicles queuing for pickup/drop-off extend into adjacent public rights-of-way. 2, prior to the enrollment of the 121st student, the church shall conduct a traffic analysis to confirm that traffic from an increase in enrollment from 120 to 150 students will not negatively impact the surrounding roadway network. E, outdoor lighting in accordance with Section 4.6 of the Land Development Code. F, buffering. A buffer consisting of a 6-foot-high fence or wall with a minimum view blockage of 90% shall be maintained along the perimeter project boundary adjacent to any residential uses. G, parking. In compliance with Section 4.11.4.5.k, vehicle use areas shall be surfaced and maintained to provide a durable, dust-free surface and shall provide adequate drainage facilities for disposal of all collected surface water. The use of floatable materials such as wood chips and shredded rubber as surfacing material is prohibited. The property owner shall coordinate with the Parks and Recreation Department to implement practices that minimize soil compaction and root damage around existing trees located within parking areas. H, modular classroom buildings. And again, we just found out this morning that these are going away. 1, modular classroom buildings shall be maintained in good condition at all times with no visible staining or corrosion on any exterior cladding. 2, failure to maintain the modular buildings in good condition shall be grounds for removal of the modular buildings upon consideration by the City Commission. I think that's it.
I do have one more question. I understand current enrollment's at 120. At any point, has enrollment been at 150 in the past? Do we know?
I don't believe so. We got when we asked about the Child Development Center, we got an email stating, I don't think it was over 120.
Anybody in the audience? You don't know? Okay. Folks with the church. Any other questions?
I just have kind of a question comment, and I appreciate the deacon of the church saying that they're looking into possibly moving that dumpster. I just want to hopefully think that they won't put it in such a place where it places an undue burden on the staff that will walk out to put things in that dumpster. Right now, it's close to the building, and I would like to see it placed not at least farther away, so that it, you know, if it's raining and pretty much secretaries and then the teachers and those are the people that are going to be emptying into that dumpster. I want to hopefully make sure it doesn't put an undue burden on them where it's placed if it's going to be relocated.
Anything else? Okay.
Well, Mr. Barnaby, can you just clarify again what your suggested amendment? So the motion would be motion to approve per staff recommendation. So,
And I would just recommend a condition I that addresses the solid waste dumpster enclosure. You know, essentially that the motion also included an acknowledgement that there will be no new dumpster as shown next to Skyland Drive, but a new location for a dumpster that complies with the city's land development code will be included with the site plan for the new office and will comply with all City of Lakeland requirements. And what that will do is that will establish the enclosure, the gates, other things to control the access to the dumpster. And then what we will do is work separately through the site plan review process to make sure that it's sited so that it minimizes the impact on the surrounding neighborhood, as well as it is a location that's convenient to staff.
Also remember that saying.
Someone who would like to make a motion.
I can't make
Mr. Barnaby?
I do want to clarify that the applicants in the audience, do you understand what the staff is recommending regarding the dumpster? That that it be brought up to current City of Lakeland code, which would mean that you'd have to put a fence or a wall around it with a gate and among maybe other I'm not familiar with the specific requirements, but that's essentially it, right?
Exactly. It's an enclosure, gated, and in a location that can be served by the city solid waste vehicles. But that's all. That can all be accomplished by just saying it will comply with the land development code.
And
There was talks about complying with the current code.
Okay, and just because that wasn't on the microphone, I'll just repeat that the gentleman representing the church did acknowledge that that they're okay with bringing the dumpster up to the current code requirements.
And placing it in a position that helps alleviate the concerns of the gentleman who spoke earlier, the gentleman back there.
Well, I don't think we don't have a specific location because we've got a site plan that shows a location that's incorrect. So I think what Mr. Barnaby's recommending that the board require that they update this exhibit prior to the next step in this process. So the motion would be to approve per staff recommendation with the additional condition that the dumpster be brought up to current code and then the exhibit be updated to reflect its location.
we have one last question. This is a site plan. They don't have to move forward with it, right? Ultimately, we're changing this to be no longer a conditional use, but applying the zoning change. So do we have to make it contingent that if they move forward with construction and they relocate this? I worry about putting them in non-conformance if they go to no construction.
Well, it's a conditional use, and right now they're non-conforming because the zoning is residential, and a church, if it's located in residential, it needs to have conditional use approval. I think once they have this conditional use approval, I think they have the option to go forward with these changes and renovations. Whether or not they don't, and that would trigger a code enforcement action, I guess I would defer to the planning staff to hear how they would interpret that if the church did not move forward with these plans. Would staff then interpret this as in violation with the approved conditional use?
I think the only reason why this is coming up is because of the proposed expansion. So, I mean, it would continue to exist as a non-conforming use. So if something were to happen to the church itself, then they would have issues with being able to reconstruct. And so I think that's the problem. It's not really a code enforcement problem, but it is an issue that as a non-conforming use, that they stop operating, or if the church is damaged to a certain point, and they would not be able to rebuild there and operate as they are today. So the conditional use does allow them to somewhat come into compliance with the code, and that this expansion is really the vehicle to bring it all together. Have an updated binding layout plan, that there would be some adjustments that are allowed with the discretion of the Director of Community and Economic Development. But the plan that ultimately would be approved by the commission would be a binding layout plan that then would be the basis for a future site plan submittal. So it's not really a code enforcement issue, but it becomes a big problem for the church if something were to happen there, or if they were not in operations for more than a year. So this really cleans all that up, brings them into compliance with the conditional use ordinance with a binding layout plan.
So if they don't move forward, something happens and they don't want to do this expansion anymore, staff could do a minor modification of the site plan because the conditional use at that point is approved. It's now a conforming use, not a non-conforming use. And so if the plans change, a minor modification could be approved at the staff level, and there wouldn't be any issue. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Right, okay.
Okay. Would you like to make a
Sure,
motion?
sure.
Thank you.
Motion to approve staff recommendations, add an additional condition to recite the existing garbage container area to be in conformance with City of Lakeland standards, and to go forward with proper siting through that process, and to have an updated site plan as presented to the City Commission when this goes for formal approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Item 3, conditional use to allow for off-street parking as a principal use on property located south of East Orange Street, east of South Massachusetts Avenue, north of East Lime Street, and west of South Iowa Avenue, 411 East Orange Street. Owner Public Supermarkets, Inc., applicant Sergio Garcia, Chestang Skillman, Inc., and this is for consideration of final decision.
Hi, good morning. Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. Again, this request is for a conditional use to allow for off-street parking as a principal use on this property. This property is 2.42 acres and has C6 downtown commercial district zoning. It also has regional activity center future land use. Here's a couple shots of the site as it exists now. This is a 24,736 square foot building known as the Florida Citrus Mutual Building. It was originally constructed in 1957, according to the Polk County Property Appraiser's Office. The building was acquired by Public Supermarkets in 2016. This is again looking northwest from South Iowa Street. This is looking down South Iowa Street. As you can see, some of the soil is eroded and it is unplanted. There is no current landscaping in many of these areas. Some of the irrigation is exposed. So going back to the building for just a moment, the applicant is proposing to demolish the structure and replace it with surface parking for their downtown employees. A total of 268 parking spaces is what's being proposed. And here is the site development plan that they provided. It's important to note that this building is not historically protected. It is also not located within historic district. Since the 2016 sale, the Mutual building remained largely unoccupied, and the grounds around the building, including parking and landscaping, have, as I mentioned earlier, deteriorated somewhat. And that concludes my presentation, so I will now invite the applicant to make theirs.
Good morning. Sergio Garcia, 13555 Riggs Way, Windermere, Florida. I'm with Chester & Skillman, civil engineer for the project. I brought a couple of PDFs that I want to show it and go over our proposed work. This is just a location for the project. I think we are familiar with that location. Go to the next one, please. This is the existing conditions right now. Like staff mentioned, the client is proposing to demolish the building because it doesn't meet their needs and add in parking lot and resurface this whole upper part, north part of the parking lot. Go to the next step, please. Here's a site plan, proposed site plan. The darker shade is where the work is going to be accomplished. You're going to notice on the next one, but one of the items, a few of the items that we talked with staff was to improve the site erosion on the sides of the of this project, which we are proposing to curb all the way to the on east, west, all the way to the bottom, to the south, and adding drainage inlets to pick up the stormwater that flows to the south. And on the next one, you see our improvements for the landscape. Again, one of the items was to add pedestrian, we'll call pedestrian plaza to the north, which this map, yes, accomplished that, and we're going to improve landscape throughout the whole project. And that's all I have.
This is parking exclusively for Publix employees, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, for their information system building.
So at no time, like during large events in the city, that it will be available to the public?
I'm not sure about that. I would have to go back to the client. The client, the Publix couldn't make it this morning, so I can make a note.
Any other questions from the board?
Is there any discussion at all about building a parking garage similar to what they've built up the street?
Not at this moment, no.
Because there's a severe lack of parking downtown in general.
Yeah, not at this moment. They are not talking about building any parking garage that I know of.
If they did, if that came up in the future, or if some other development wanted to happen in the future, would they have to come before this board?
Not if it's in compliance with the C6 zoning district. And that's really the issue and why they're here today, is because with the demolition of the building, the parking lot then becomes the principal use for that property, which is not in compliance with the C6 zoning standards in the land development code. So through a conditional use through which we have we're able to impose a time limit on the duration of it existing as surface parking, then it would allow time for Publix to be able to develop a plan to bring the site in compliance at the end of that conditional use period, or and an extension should that be necessary. And so some of the conditions that we'll get into do address that, those extensions after that 5-year period. But the intent is that certainly parking is not the highest and best use in the C6 district, particularly surface parking. And so the intent is to try to get this block in this strategic location to be brought into compliance with the C6 zoning code at some point in the fairly near future.
And I'll add that Publix does currently lease the Orange Street garage to the west there. That's the garage that was probably built in the early 70s. So the Moss Brothers, JCPenney, some of you may remember that there. So the entire garage is currently used for Publix employee parking. So this would be adding a substantial additional amount of parking beyond what they currently use for that.
Any other questions?
So with the, excuse me, sorry. So currently, the public's employees are parking in the garage. Do they not have adequate room there at this point?
There's some employees, public employees that park over here as well. I don't know how many parks in the garage, how many parks here, but.
And it's really only, what, maybe 40% of the parcel that you're actually looking to change?
About that, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, right now, the parking that was there, that was accessory, it serves interest mutual, so it was for that use. So once you eliminate that use, you effectively make parking the principal use, and there's no relationship to that property. That's what's triggering the need for the conditional use there.
Any other questions?
Mr. Garcia, can you confirm, is Publix requesting, well, let me rephrase that. Do you have an objection to the staff's recommendation of a time frame on the conditional use?
There are some discussions between the client and staff, and I think they agree at the moment for this time frame.
Okay.
I can not speak for them directly, but they understand the conditional.
Is this one for final decision today?
Yes.
It's been noticed that way on the agenda, and unless the board has some concern or reason to continue and request additional information, a conditional use can be approved at the same meeting per the board's rules.
I think his statement about not being able to speak on behalf of his client is concerning to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we've caught them unawares as far as the possibility of extending the conditional use for X number of years, and that's it. That hasn't been discussed with Publix at all, has it?
It has, and in fact, we did share, and when Mr. Cheney goes through the conditions, we can go through each one. They've been shared with Publix, and actually, we've also received input from the Downtown Development Authority as well. So there has been engagement with the stakeholders regarding the conditions. Essentially, the 5-year time limit is important in that the surface parking would only be a temporary use. The concern of staff is that we end up with a long-term surface parking lot between downtown and Lake Morton. And so, we've certainly shared that, shared those concerns with Publix, shared the conditions to Publix. And so they're definitely aware of what staff is.
Yeah, just to make clear, they do understand the the conditions of the conditional use. I said I cannot speak for them because they're not here. That's my intention.
Yeah, we actually met with them on Friday. We had a Microsoft Teams meeting where we discussed this with their representative, so they are aware.
Is the intent for the applicant to move their parking out of the existing garage out onto the surface lot?
No.
So this is just additional
This
parking?
is additional parking, yes.
So there's not enough current parking available for Publix employees, which.
I'm sorry, I cannot understand you, sir.
He's asking if there's not enough current parking for them.
They are planning to expand
We recently purchased the FedEx Watkins building.
Yeah.
It will be to the northwest there. I believe they're going to be adding 75 additional employees. How many, do you know, IT employees?
Yes, they are adding staff, and this will supply the needs.
So did this come before the board before, or this is the first time we're seeing it and they want a final decision today?
This is the first time that the Planning and Zoning Board is seeing that, and because we're talking about a conditional use, the board does have an option of approving the conditions today to forward to the City Commission for final approval.
Is the plan to resurface the entire area and re-landscape it and correct drainage problems?
Yes, for the whole the landscape for the entire property, but
Not just where the building is, but the entire property?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and if you go to that color, please, exhibit. Yeah, this is the proposed landscape that we are proposing.
Okay.
Yeah, we noticed over the last decade, the landscaping that was previously there, much of it was actually ripped out, removed. So what's there currently is not meeting the requirements. So this would actually bring the entire parking area back up to code, and clean up what you're seeing on those photos there with all of that exposed soil and I believe the runoff problems we're having from that.
So the parking that's immediately adjacent to the existing building that belongs to Publix right now. They own that building. There's an additional parking lot closer to the Chamber building. That's a separate piece of property.
That's all the same. That's all the same parcel. And so in the middle, the drive aisle where on the left it says existing canopy tree typical, that's a cross-access easement that aligns with Citrus Lane, which is the alley that runs between Iowa and Indiana. So there's an access easement that actually bisects the parcel, but the parcel in its entirety is owned by Publix.
Oh, the entire, even, okay.
The entire block. And so something that may be helpful is, Joshua, if you can go to the conditions, and maybe we can kind of walk everybody through the logic and the actual conditions we're looking at here. Okay, so if you go back a couple of, there we go. So what we would be recommending as staff is that the overall site plan that is included in the packet be adopted as part of the conditional use. What we would also say is that the conditional use would be valid for a period of 5 years. Annual extensions can be granted administratively, subject to an analysis that demonstrates the need for the parking to continue to exist, or changes in market conditions that would preclude them from being able to develop the site in compliance with the C6 zoning standards. So something that we've talked about with Publix is having a set methodology for that analysis, so that there are no surprises for the city or for Publix going forward, but we just kind of lay out the rules of the road for that study. Going into condition C, what we would request or recommend is that we have a 4,000 square foot kind of pedestrian plaza at the corner of Massachusetts and Orange, because the Citrus Mutual building itself really forms the street wall in the downtown grid. Losing that building, we believe, has an impact on the downtown form, and that a pedestrian plaza at that intersection would help soften that transition between the City Hall block and the parking lot. And it's very similar to the Heritage Plaza, public plaza that existed before the Excalibur building and the parking garage was installed about 3 years ago. And that's essentially what Mr. Garcia has shown on the landscaping renderings, was that plaza existing, utilizing a lot of the same landscaping and the mature trees that exist today along the frontage. What we'd also recommend is that the vehicle use areas be maintained in compliance with the Land Development Code, that the landscaping and buffering also be brought into compliance with the Land Development Code, and that the existing mature trees along the block faces be maintained and protected during the demolition of the Citrus Mutual building itself. So we don't want to take down mature trees along the frontage to be replaced with smaller trees that aren't going to really have the same impact. So we go to the next slide, and to go back to Mr. Garcia's point too about the stormwater attenuation on the south end of the site. We've got an issue right now with erosion and sheet flow that's coming off the parking lot across Lime Street and ultimately ending up into Lake Morton. And so the plan would also include channelizing that stormwater and addressing that stormwater so that it gets into the stormwater system and not run into Lake Morton. So there's a big benefit there in terms of the water quality and the drainage for the overall downtown system, and that the outdoor lighting be in compliance with the Land Development Code as well. So we believe that this would be appropriate for the limited period of time for which the parking lot would exist until a longer term development proposal is developed in compliance with the C6 zoning district.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions?
Yeah, I have more of a comment or a question. Has there been no interest in the purchase of that building at all since 2016 when Publix bought it? I mean, they have fairly decent-sized parking facility there already that needs to be updated, no doubt. But has there been no interest in that building? I mean, we're encouraging business and so forth in the downtown area. Or is the building in such condition that it doesn't warrant someone purchasing the building and using it for a business?
I believe what she's asking is, has any attempt been made actually to lease that building to find a tenant?
Not that I know of, sir. I don't.
Okay.
So as opposed to having a building that's not usable, what they're talking about is for 5 years using the entire plot as a parking lot, and then at that point it would be
Reevaluated annually.
Yeah, right now they have maintenance costs associated with that building, insurance, other things, and so they want to reduce those because they have no use for the building. They don't really have any long-term plan for the site currently, but our goal here is that ensure that at some point they do have a plan for redeveloping it, that we don't have a parking lot 20 years down the road here.
okay.
Mr. Barmby, can you clarify the annual extension process and maybe elaborate a little bit more on what the thinking is as far as what the methodology is going to be for that?
In terms of the methodology, of course, we're trying to look into a crystal ball of what the conditions would be like 5 years down the road. And so in our discussions with Publix, the way we've structured it is that we would ask for an analysis of the number of employees, the amount of parking inventory that exists, that's available to Publix associates today, and then any increase or decrease in employment, any increase or decrease in inventory to take a look at whether or not this parking lot should continue to exist for Publix employees. It's kind of the broad parameters of an evaluation that we would ask to be submitted as we get towards that 5-year threshold. Now, what I will say also is that the Downtown Development Authority, and Julie Townsend's here as well and can speak under the public comment portion of this item, is that they recommended a 3-year time frame instead of 5-year time frame. So they actually recommended something shorter so that we would see a development plan in a quicker time frame to be able to address it before the 5-year clock runs out. But essentially what we want to do is give ourselves and give the applicant some greater certainty in terms of what that study looks like outside of the zoning process, but it's really at its basis employees versus parking inventory in the downtown area.
So, as you said, they recommended 3 years, which I tend to agree with. I like the 3-year time frame. So the 5 years was because they just needed more time to figure out what they want to do, or?
5 years is actually something that was proposed by staff, consistent with what we do with other similar type of temporary uses, primarily portables or other parking facilities. And so the 5-year was just a basic, I would say, starting point.
I think by the time they get their landscaping done and everything else you're recommending.
Yeah, I believe when we met with
have
Publix.
far less than 5 years to
Yeah, they were
start.
asking for 10 years. They wanted to be much longer.
And we believe, too, that as you start looking at the infrastructure needs, water, wastewater, the site development review time frame, that, essentially 5 years is really a good time frame for which we would expect to see something go from concept to construction.
Plus gives you time for downtown to develop more with with everything that's going on with Bonnet Springs and the effect that that's supposed to have on downtown. I would assume a 5-year period gives Publix a better idea and the city a better idea of where we're going.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm just a little bit confused because they're not putting up another structure. They're paving and they're planting trees, so I fail to see why they need 5 years, but okay. That's just me.
I would recommend a slight modification to this language here, if the board is inclined to adopt it. In subparagraph B here, that it's granted administratively, I would prefer that it be a little bit more clear who that person is, who that official is. I think normally we would, in the code, we say the director or designee or something along those lines. And I would also recommend that we put some language about that decision being final from that official. The concern that I would have is that the way that it's worded now, if the city denies the extension and Publix disagrees with that decision, and then it ends up in front of a code enforcement magistrate, that would end up acting like some kind of appeal of that denial of an extension rather than a more straightforward code enforcement that they did not meet the time frame and now it's time to move forward. So I just would recommend massaging that language a little bit to make it clear that it would be the Director of Community and Economic Development making that determination, and that would be a final determination. And as for the time frame of it, it sounds like staff's recommending 5 years. The LDDA may speak to this, but it sounds like we're hearing that they may recommend 3 years. And then Mr. Garcia has indicated that he can't speak directly to what Publix is asking for as far as the time frame. Is that correct?
Publix agree with the conditions for the conditional use as
Okay.
right now, yes.
And I think with that, unless the board has more comments, we should open this up to public comment at this time.
Do you have anything further to add, Mr. Garcia, at this time?
Yeah,
Pardon?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Do you have anything further to add?
No, sir, thank you.
Has the city, I know this has been in the paper the last several days, has the city received any phone calls, emails, anything pro or con on this whole concept?
I know that we have received staff has received one call just really questioning the amount of any code enforcement fines should it get to that level. I think there was concern that.
Yeah, there was $250 or something quoted in the article.
Exactly, but that was really nothing. It was really tied to that particular question and nothing really tied to the conditional use action that we're talking about today.
Okay.
And just for clarity, that number is it's in the code. It's the maximum number in the code for all code enforcement violations. It has no bearing on what the fine amount would actually be if this ever ended up in that process. That would be a decision made by the magistrate or the code enforcement board at that time, and they're required by law to consider the gravity of the violations and the actions taken by the violator and any previous violations, and those kinds of considerations have to be made when they impose the fine amount. And so it's just because that is the maximum possible fine amount does not in any way indicate that that's actually what the fine would be.
Yeah, all right.
Any other questions of Mr. Garcia?
One more question. For my own clarity, am I to assume that the parking space will be used exclusively by Publix employees 7 days a week?
That's correct. It's for the information system campus.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Anyone from the audience for public comment like to say anything at this time?
Good morning. Julie Townsend, Executive Director of the Lakeland Downtown Development Authority, 117 North Kentucky Avenue in downtown Lakeland. I just wanted to clarify for the board that Publix currently, Publix was leasing spaces from Citrus Mutual, so the majority of the parking on that site was already Publix parking preceding their purchase. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but that was my understanding for years, that Publix was already utilizing the majority of that site for their parking. So it's not that they're going to be using the site. They're not gaining all of those spaces. They're really only gaining the additional spaces that they want to build on the location of the building. So just to be fair, that it's they have been utilizing that site predominantly for their employee parking. Again, as Mr. Barmby suggested or stated, It did come before the LDDA board. We did recommend lowering the number of years in the conditional use to 3. Publix has certainly already agreed to the 5, and at the end of the day, I'm sure the LDDA would be still supportive of all of the conditions if the years remained at 5. As I said, they've already been using the site as parking, and we're not thrilled to lose a structure, but it's a structure that Citrus Mutual abandoned basically anyway. If they don't demolish the building, they could still use this site predominantly for parking in perpetuity for decades. So really the trigger is that they're demolishing the building and triggering the conditional use, which then, I guess, to some degree allows us to see perhaps an expedited site plan and use of this building, because as of right now, because it's associated with the Citrus Mutual building, it would not have to have any kind of site plan within 5 years. It wouldn't be required to do so. So we would love to see a structure here. We'd love to see residential here. It's a very important site for downtown, and we don't want to see it be surface parking in perpetuity. But with the conditions that the city has proposed, and I believe that we can move forward and see something amazing built on this site in the near future. So, thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Townsend? Sure. Anybody has any questions? No? Okay. Anyone else from the audience? Okay. Someone from the board like to make a motion to approve the recommendation of the department in accordance with the conditions that are attached?
And just for clarification, that would also include the revised language offered by the Assistant City Attorney, that the Director of Community Economic Development would make the administrative decision, and that the Director's decision would be final.
Any comments on that or any questions on that?
I move to approve this project as the conditions presented by staff with the language presented by the City Attorney.
Is there a second? Second? Mm-hmm. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you very much.
Item 4, large-scale land use amendment to change the future land use designation from business park to recreation, the application of limited development zoning, a change context sub-district from suburban special purpose to preservation, conservation and recreation, and a conditional use to allow a multi-use park with outdoor recreation areas and playfields on approximately 101.46 acres located west of Modelo Road and south of West Pipkin Road, 4190 West Pipkin Road. Owner applicant, City of Lakeland, and this is for consideration of final decision.
Hi, good morning. For the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. This is a staff-initiated request for a large-scale land use amendment to change the future land use designation from business park to recreation. The site is approximately 101.46 acres. Again, it is located west of Modelo Road and south of West Pipkin Road. Simultaneous to this request, I would like to note that the city is also requesting the application of limited development zoning, a change in the subdistrict from suburban special purpose to preservation, conservation, and recreation, and also a conditional use to allow for the community park, which will, as noted earlier, include recreational areas, playfields, and a library and a number of other structures. This is a recent site visit photo taken. This is looking southwest from West Pipkin Road towards Riverstone. Similar view. So be looking south from West Pipkin Road at the site currently. And this would be looking southeast towards Town Park Estates. You can see some of those rooftops. And then again, looking southeast towards West Pipkin and again, Town Park Estates. So the subject property it's undeveloped at this time. It's currently used as pasture for cattle grazing. The existing BP future land use designation was applied following annexation in 2001, and the purpose of this request is to apply conforming land use which will allow for the development of a community park with multi-purpose fields, pickleball courts, 2 dog parks, a 40,000 square foot library, a recreational building, pedestrian trails, playground area, restrooms, shelters, and associated off-street parking. Again, this is the current land use business park, and as you can see, it's surrounded by residential low, a small amount of conservation here towards the airport, Medela Road, Business Park, and Industrial. This is the site plan. This will also be included within the conditional use permit in a black and white format, but this is the site plan that Parks and Recreation has shared with staff. So it gives you an excellent view of how they see the site being used as a community park. As it relates to the large-scale land use amendment, the subject property is located within the urban development area as defined by the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan with an adopted level of service E standard for roadway segments and intersections. Polk County currently maintains West Pipkin Road, and it has an assigned level of service of D. The park site is located within the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District, and it is currently served with fixed route transit service operated by the Citrus Connection. The subject property is located within the city's water and wastewater service area. At the time of review, when they do come in for construction plan review, it will require concurrency review, and we will then verify that water and wastewater is available. It's important to note that this area of the city is underserved as it relates to recreational opportunities and facilities. So this park will help to meet that demand and provide sufficient recreational space for the existing and proposed residential development in the area. As you're aware, we have quite a bit of residential development that's either recently completed, ongoing, as it relates to Riverstone to the south of the site, Town Park Estates to the east, and then Hawthorne Mills to the west. In reviewing the application for comprehensive plan compliance, the proposed land use amendment is compatible with the surrounding land uses. And let me go back to that map. As you can see, again, it's surrounded by residential low, indicative of all the existing and proposed residential development. Likewise, the proposed land use amendment is consistent with the general description outlined in the recreation future land use characteristics, which are described in our comprehensive plan. As it relates to wetlands, approximately 6.16 acres of this 101-acre site are identified as possible potential wetlands, and this is per the National Wetlands Inventory Map. You can see there's some existing ponds on the site, and the majority of the wetland area appears to be here in the southern portion of the site, which is consistent with the mucky soils that are also located there. Small portions of the site are also within the flood zone. At the time of construction plan review, we'll verify that information again. However, there shouldn't be any significant impact to those. But that approval, or that will be reviewed by the appropriate agencies, including FDEP and SwiftMud. So as it relates to the large-scale land use amendment, staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval of future land use map amendment. And again, that's a change from business park to recreation. So before I jump into the zoning portion of this, because these are running concurrently, I'll pause for a moment to see if you have any questions as it relates to the large-scale map amendment.
Any questions?
When you say multi-purpose fields, you're referring to soccer type fields or are you referring to baseball, Little League, softball?
No, here, I don't know
Okay.
if the black and white image makes it any easier to see.
Okay,
I don't think, it does not appear that softball or baseball is being proposed.
yeah, okay, all right,
These would appear to be consistent with soccer and football and other similar sports.
okay.
I guess my question, I'm not sure if it's even applicable, but will there be a traffic light there so the people from across this Pipkin Road will be able to access it as pedestrians?
Well, one's not anticipated at this time. For a traffic signal to be installed, it would have to meet signal warrants, and we're probably not looking at that volume of traffic from the combined Morgan Creek and the park. There is a traffic signal, though, that will be installed at Pipkin and Medalla, just to the east. And so that is being designed right now and probably will be installed within the next year. So there will be a nearby signal that would serve as a crosswalk area for folks trying to get from the north to the south.
Chuck, since this is the day of parking, is there parking available immediately around the site for people coming in?
Yes, in fact, and I'll defer, I see Pam Page in the audience, but there is appears to be sufficient parking around the multipurpose building, and really most of the site is geared towards pedestrian access. But I'll turn it over to our Assistant Parks and Recreation Director.
Good morning. I'm Pam Page, the Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Lakeland. This project, we have been looking for a piece of land in Southwest Lakeland for over 10 years. And as you know, how fast all the development is going on in this area, we've had to compete with the developers to find 100+ acres. But we have a recreation deficit in Southwest Lakeland. And so we were thrilled to find this parcel of land that we purchased early in the year for $7 million. And we purchased it with Parks and Rec impact fees. So we are proposing that the build out for this park will be done in phases over time as the funds come in through development in the area. Right now, our first piece of funding is in 2031. So that's what we're talking. This is a long-term plan that we're working on here. At this point in time, the most popular sports for our fields are football, soccer, and lacrosse. But 10 years from now, we may be accommodating different sports. We're proposing now pickleball because that's the fastest growing sport in Lakeland. But that may change too 10 years from now. So what you're seeing is a conceptual master plan. And what we're trying to show is that the land is beautifully laid out for recreation. We have 2 great existing ponds that have fish in them now. So people will be able to come to the site and fish. The recreation center that we're proposing, right now we have it just proposed for 40,000 square feet. And it may be a recreation center. We hope to have a library, a Southside library in there as well. But like I said, there's a lot of flexibility in what's going to be going in there. But if we were to build it today, those fields would accommodate soccer, lacrosse, and flag football. Any questions?
No questions?
As far as site development, was there any consideration opposed to a single entrance and exit? I just know that some of these developments and fields during a peak event that it takes a long time to clear in and clear out. Just wonder if that was a consideration or not.
Most of our ideal park designs have one way in and one way out. And that's for us to be able to control unwanted activities. And so because we close the parks at, at dusk, unless we have a specific event. So we like to be able to lock that area down. And we usually put our maintenance building way in the back, which you can see in this plan, the red dot right there. We put our maintenance people back there so that they sweep the park going out every night before they lock the gates. And we try to keep it safe for users that come in at daylight. So that's why now we have a lot of pedestrian connections to the neighborhood. And they're not just pedestrians, they're for bicycles, for golf carts. We want people to be able to access the park without going outside of their neighborhoods. And you can see we have several connections proposed there, and we're open to more.
And that was my earlier question. You do have several points of access, but for that side of, the residents. I would love to see a pedestrian bridge, but I guess that's a dreaming thing.
It's just a matter of funds.
Yeah.
And those pedestrian access points would be closed at dusk as well, or they would remain open?
We like them to be closed. We work with HOAs and neighborhoods about those because every neighborhood wants something different.
Understood.
Other questions? Thank you, and thank you for the work that your department does in the city.
I'm really
Appreciate
excited
it.
about having this facility on
Right,
Oh, yeah.
this part of Lakeland.
especially the library part.
Well, with
Yeah.
all the development that's going on.
Yeah. There are just so many underserved citizens in this area of Lakeland for recreation. We're just thrilled to be able to have it on the radar that it's coming.
It's been a long time in the works.
It has been a long time, a very long time in the works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments on behalf of the city?
And then Joshua, you're jumping over to zoning on this side as well?
Yes, just shifting gears for just a moment, if you would allow me to just briefly go over the zoning aspects of this application. Concerning the LD zoning, which is short for limited development, this designation is primarily intended for rural, agricultural, conservation, and recreational land uses dependent upon the underlying future land use designation. And areas designated R for recreation, and the LD district may be utilized for limited development, which includes passive recreational uses, active recreational facilities, and other compatible uses. So while passive uses such as parks and nature preserves are permitted by right in LD, the active uses, which would be the outdoor playfields, swimming pools, tennis courts, recreational facilities, that does require the conditional use, or the CUP as it's sometimes known. So that is included with this request, along with the other, the zoning change, if you will. The use of the property as a park is compatible with the adjacent residential land uses that I pointed out earlier, and it's appropriate given the location and direct access from West Pipkin Road. The proposed park will have a minimal impact on the adjacent residential uses. However, to address these impacts, staff has included recommendations as it relates to conditions for this CUP, and I can read those into the record in just a moment, and then I'll open it up to questions that the board may have for staff, or we can open it to the public, whatever your pleasure.
I'm not sure if there's any public comment first, and then we can go back to question. Anyone in the audience have any public comment?
Good morning, Mark Lutter, 411 Waverly Place, Lakeland, Florida. So I just have a question. Will there be sidewalks all along West Pipkin, like a mile away, so kids can ride bikes safely there as well?
Yes, in fact, there are existing sidewalks on the 4-lane portion of Pipkin running from Medella back over to County Line Road. Polk County right now is in the process of 4-laning Pipkin from Medella back over to Hardin, and so that will include sidewalks and bike lanes on both sides of the road. And then on Medella, there's a multi-use trail that runs along the west side of the Medella extension from Pipkin all the way down to the south end of Riverstone, where it will tie in with Hawthorne. So we're building a trail system and using really Pipkin Road as the backbone of that, with the existing and sidewalks that are under construction now with the county's project.
Any other comments? Okay. Any other questions from the board of the city? Can we have a motion then to? Is there somebody about that?
Mr. Cheney does have his conditions for the conditional use he wanted to go through here before you make a motion.
If I could just briefly read these into the record. So the permitted uses will include a multi-use park with both indoor and outdoor recreational facilities, restrooms, playgrounds, pedestrian trails, dog parks, community buildings, a library, associated off-street parking, and maintenance facilities. The project shall be developed in substantial accordance with the site development plan, which we viewed earlier, and with the approval of the Director of Community Economic Development. Minor modifications may be made at the time of site plan review without requiring a modification to the conditional use. As it relates to development standards, they shall be in accordance with Table 3.4-9 of the Land Development Code. In regards to buffering and landscaping, those shall be in accordance with Section 4.5 of the Land Development Code, except as follows. Fences and walls adjacent to public streets shall be buffered by a minimum 5-foot wide landscaping strip located between the fence and the right-of-way. And number 2, the buffer shall be planted with a low-lying hedge consisting of a minimum of 16 shrubs per 100 linear feet or a fraction thereof. Fences and walls shall be in accordance with Section 4.4 of the Land Development Code, except as follows. Number 1, the maximum height for playfield and perimeter fencing is 8 foot. Number 2, fence materials. If chain link fencing is used, the material shall be limited to either black or green vinyl coated chain link fencing. And we would like to note here that the height limitation is not applicable to sports netting barriers that are used for public safety and property damage prevention adjacent to outdoor recreational facilities. Outdoor lighting shall be in accordance with Section 4.6 of the Land Development Code, except as follows. Outdoor lighting fixtures intended for the illumination of playfields and other recreation facilities shall use full cut-off or directionally shielded luminaries such that all light emitted is directed towards the playing field or court and shielded to minimize light glare and trespass onto adjacent properties. And number 2, outdoor illumination playfields and other recreational facilities shall be limited to the hours between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. In regards to transportation, the proposed park shall accommodate pedestrian and bicycle connectivity to adjacent neighborhoods as depicted in the site plan. Additional connections to Town Park shall be accommodated within the park, subject to future evaluation and coordination with the neighborhood's homeowner association or community development district. Number 2, the park's access point onto West Pipkin Road shall align with Morgan Creek Preserve's main entrance and comply with all Polk County permitting requirements. Number 3, prior to the first site plan submittal, the city shall petition the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District Board of Directors to annex the park site into its boundaries. And finally, the last condition or subsection, of the transportation section is bicycle parking shall be provided at strategic locations within the park and be designed in compliance with Index 900 of the City Engineering Standards Manual.
Thank you. Any other comments, anything else you wish to add? Joshua, no. Any other questions?
Are there prohibited uses on this? I don't know if there was a section that outlined that, like RC things in that nature.
So you mean ancillary uses to the proposed recreational uses? Yeah. So are you referring to like RC airplanes or cars or?
I just know like Carter Road Park has several uses that are prohibited. I didn't know if those would traditionally go into a conditions of approval or not.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I would say that, and I'll look to Ms. Page, but typically in a city park, we don't have a lot of, the uses and the programs are pretty well spelled out and locked down, so a lot of what would be normally a concern, from a noise, particularly noise or lighting standpoint, really aren't part of the programming of a typical city park facility, and so this would be in line with what we see with like a Lake Crago or a Peterson Park or something along those lines.
Any other questions? I hear a motion to approve the request of the city with the conditions that have been put before us.
I move to approve staff's recommendation with the conditions approval on this project.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 5, major modification of planned unit development zoning to allow downtown commercial office, commercial and residential uses on property located at 300 West Lime Street. Owner, Lakeland West Lime LLC. Applicant, the Luntz Group LLC.
I need to recuse on this project.
And just because you have to state the nature as well, so.
I was asked to submit a proposal as well as it's my husband's firm.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Todd Varga with Community and Economic Development. Excuse me. I am presenting on behalf of Philip Scarce, our principal planner, who is the case planner but could not be here today. So this is a major modification, 300 West Lime Street. This is a 17.11 acre parcel located at the southeast corner of Sykes Boulevard and Lime Street. This is otherwise known as the Ledger Building or the Ledger Campus. The future land use is Regional Activity Center, and it has PUD zoning right now. It's PUD 3596, which allows newspaper business administrative offices and facilities for newspaper production and distribution. So in addition to that, the request is to modify that PUD to allow all of the underlying uses in the C6 zoning district. C6 is our downtown commercial district. Property is currently leased to multiple businesses for use as general office space, in addition to being the ongoing operations for the Lakeland Ledger and their printing press. The existing buildings total approximately 180,000 square feet of office and industrial space, and I'll take you through some slides now. So this is on West Lime Street, looking east towards, kind of towards downtown. Staying in the same location, turning to the right a little bit. This is kind of looking southeast. Starting to see part of the parking lot here. And again, same location, turning right. You can see more of the parking lot. You can see the office buildings there. Used to be the headquarters, or probably still is the headquarters of the Ledger, but now again, also currently leased to multiple businesses for general office space. I believe we're going to stay in the same location and turn right one more time. This time, looking west, you can see the Sykes Boulevard down here. There's the RP Funding Center, and there's the relatively new hotel. This is across West Lime Street, I believe, looking southeast as well. So you get a good sense of the parking area that's there. And again, there's the building back there. This is on-site looking northeast towards the production facility, the printing operations, I believe, and also the loading dock for the newspapers. This is at the entrance on Sykes Boulevard. There's Sykes Boulevard on the left-hand side of the street, and we're looking kind of to the north-northeast from this picture. I think there's one more picture. This is from Palmetto Street, which is on the south side of the property. On the south side of Palmetto is all residential. This wall, I believe, is the brick wall to an electric substation that's there. And so we're looking north, again, up towards the loading dock, and I believe the printing operation is right over here somewhere. The applicant proposal includes up to 900,000 square feet of mixed-use space, including both the existing and some new proposed office space, up to 500 units of multifamily residential dwelling with ground floor retail, and 1,200 parking spaces within several proposed parking structures. So the mixed use and parking are the kind of the crosshatched areas, which are here and here. Again, here's West Lime Street, here's Sykes, and there's some back here on the backside of the office building as well. There's a mixed use down here along Sykes, and I believe this is a retention pond. The applicant contemplates 2 phases of construction. The phase line is this dashed line that goes right along here. and then hugs the building and then comes down this way. So the first phase would be everything to the left of this line along Lime Street. The first phase includes everything along the Lime Street frontage from the intersection of Sykes Boulevard at the northwest boundary of the property, which would be here, to the Missouri Avenue intersection, which would be here.
That's basically like the parking lots.
And then the second phase of the conceptual site plan and proposed redevelopment will include everything from the north edge of the existing buildings, just right here, to the south boundary of the property, including the proposed density along Sykes Boulevard. With that introduction, I'm going to open it up to the applicant and ask them to come up and make their presentation. I think we have a presentation for you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, while Mr. Vargo is pulling up our presentation, just a few introductions. My name is Bart Allen. I'm a land use attorney with the Peterson & Myers Law Firm. My address is 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Lakeland West Lime, LLC. With me this morning on behalf of the ownership is Mr. Jeff Donaldson, who's the principal behind Lakeland West Lime, LLC. Also, the Lunds Group has been involved with our project as it relates to the planning and site design and some of the other concepts that you'll hear more from Ms. Witchen here in just a minute. But the Lunds Group's been involved. I have Stacy Witchen here. We also have Steve Boynton, who's been very involved in this project as well. So we're really excited to be here this morning. This is a cool project. Former resident of the Dixieland area, so I'm very, very familiar with this particular piece of property, having spent a lot of time in the area. This is just a recap of everything. So to kind of bring it all into the context, I'm going to start at a macro scale from a larger scale perspective and then start bringing it into the site specifically. On the screen here, what you see is a context map. Let me see. I messed this up last time. There we go. To the north, about 3 miles away, is I-4 running east-west across the state. And then as you come down Kathleen Road, you're going to hit some big, key, exciting developments within this corridor. First, you've got Bonnet Springs, which not a whole lot to say about Bonnet Springs. I think everybody knows what exciting things are going on there. But that's 160 plus acres of activity that is being brought to this area. Immediately to the south, as you come across, you come to the former Florida Tile site, recently redesignated through the city. That's approximately 22 acres. That was recently assigned the RAC and the C6 zoning, which is exactly what we're asking for here today, as well as to add those uses. That's going to be a mixed-use residential commercial development along this corridor. And then as you continue to move just a little bit further south, the road changes to Sykes at some point. I'm not exactly sure where. I think it's right there. You run into the RP Funding Center. And then there's been a lot of work, a lot of discussions by the city as to additional development, as to increasing the intensity around the RP Funding Center, whether it has been relocating the chamber building out that way or putting a transportation hub in this particular area. The hotel that was recently built over the past couple of years opened up during COVID, which probably the worst time to open a hotel. But nonetheless, you're seeing the point of all that is to say, there is a lot of activity in this corridor. This corridor is being defined as the kind of the urban edge. That is why this project is called the Western Downtown Gate Project, because this is becoming the western gate to downtown. This property is specifically located within the downtown area. It has the downtown regional activity scene land use classification on it. And that is why we were asking for the C6 uses within the existing PUD. A couple of things I want to make sure is clear, though. The leisure buildings isn't going away. This is just a redevelopment. This is a intensification of the site, certainly. It's a redevelopment of the site. It is something that we're seeing a lot of in the downtown area, new development coming in around existing development. And I'm going to let Stacy spend a little bit more time talking to you specifically about where we're laying things out, why we're laying things out the way we are. From a micro scale, as it relates to the particular site, bordering on the east side there by Missouri, on the north by Lime, and then basically kind of curving around the western boundary with Sykes. To our east, those are all businesses today. That's all an extension of the downtown. There's a Sherwin-Williams, there's a pain clinic there now, there's a bank on the corner, there's ATM machine right next to the site. This is part of the downtown development. As you move to the south, we have the electrical substation that Mr. Vargo pointed out, and then you have our large stormwater pond, which is going to remain a large stormwater pond. That is not intended to be redeveloped. The development, as I indicated, is along Lime and basically along Sykes. So we focus that development up toward that gateway. Again, coming back to talking about intensifying and bringing the intense development along the corridor that has been defined for. So with that, now that I've kind of given you a little bit of a higher level view of why we've done what we've done, I'm going to ask Stacy to go through her slides and get into the nuts and bolts of the comp plan, what the comp plan allows under the Regional Activity Center as it relates to densities and intensities, and how we intend to move this project forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. As Bart said, what we've done is we've looked at the comprehensive plan in accordance with where our site is and looked at what kind of the uses that we'd be allowed. So our project site is the one highlighted with the black outline, currently located within the downtown CRA and in the Central City Transit Supportive Area. That blue bubble circle would be a transit-oriented corridor activity center, so major highway along Florida Ave being a TOD area. What we've also done is looked at context in terms of zoning. Surrounding our project site to the north and to the east is a C6 designation already. To the south, we've got RA3 and PUD multifamily and some offices surrounding it. So even though this is a PUD ordinance, there were underlying designations for a C6 zone use, which we would believe consistent with the comprehensive plan. So this is kind of the current situation that we're in now. What we're proposing is, because it's in a regional activity center as designated in the comprehensive plan, and within the downtown CRA, there are allowable densities and intensities, not looking to exceed or cap out at those maximums, but wanted to just reference what we would be allowed based on the zoning. So 175 dwelling units per acre and a 5.0 FAR. With the C6 zoning classification, we would also be able to reach 120-foot building height. And again, what we're asking for is to keep the existing PUD ordinance and allow the underlying C6 uses, which is surrounding our use as well. So we start to zoom into the project site a little bit, just kind of give you a little bit more context. Again, as Bart has said, Sykes to the left, Lime Street to the north, Missouri and Florida Ave to the east. The Ledger building sits pretty central within the site, parking to the north, and our retention area. I'm not sure how to do the highlight. Okay, sorry. Oh. Okay, I'm just going to skip that. But to the bottom left of that is an existing retention pond. Conceptually, we were pretty early in the design phases, but we're looking to utilize those underdeveloped parts of the site. To the north, as mentioned before, is the existing parking. We're looking to do mixed-use structured parking there in our phase 1, and concurrently look at phasing the construction so that we can accommodate the parking needs of the existing tenants. So that's why we phased it in the phase 1 and phase 2 portions, and then further phased it within that. And then, yeah, so those are kind of what you can see, the different bubbles, the two to the top, mixed-use retail and structured parking, the existing Ledger, again, staying in its current configuration, current operations. And then in phase 2, looking at mixed-use potential and structured parking to the south of that, and maintaining our stormwater pond. One thing we also wanted to kind of highlight is because of a downtown area looking at pedestrian and bicyclist connectivity, we know that there's a proposal for the West Lake Hunter Trail, a multimodal continuation of a bike trail and connecting up to Bonnet Springs as well. Also that dedicated bike lane that was done recently on New York Ave. So looking at how this site in the future can plug in with multimodal transit options from walkability and bikeability within our downtown center. There will be a major traffic study conducted to look at all the ranges of options from vehicles to bikes and pedestrians. With that, we kind of wanted to give a brief glimpse of what we're envisioning for this space. Not anything accurate or concrete, but very conceptual level of looking at this area being, again, at the gateway into our downtown, bringing people in from Bonnet Springs, from the downtown area, looking at the mixed use and ground floor retail with housing above, and looking at a multimodal option for Lakeland plugging in. And I'll open up to any questions.
Any questions?
So at this point in time, you haven't completed any traffic studies?
Not at this point, Commissioner Locke. We're at a very early stage in this. We're looking at getting the entitlements in place. You know, we're talking about, you know, you've seen the numbers that we've put on the board as far as what the densities and intensities would be allowed. Our first phase will come in at probably around the 500 multifamily unit. We'll be doing those major traffic studies as we go along. What we're trying to get in place today is the ability to explore those options, because right now the PUD limits it to just what is on the site today, the Ledger building only. We aren't allowed to do anything else. So once we get that entitlement in place, we'll be working through all those concurrency processes, evaluating traffic, utilities, schools, I mean, all the whole range of all those issues. I mean, parking is been a big discussion this morning, right? One of the first things we're going to have to do is build a parking deck, because as you can see on the site plan, we're proposing to develop in the existing parking lots. So one of the first things we'll have to do is build a parking deck. So we've got this isn't a short-term project, right? This isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow. We've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of engineering to do. But in the normal development course, we don't get into the detailed studies as far as specifics, major traffic studies, all of those kinds of things, until we know what entitlements we're looking at. So that was a really long answer to say no. We don't have it yet.
I know that we're amending a PUD, and traditionally with PUDs we've got a site plan associated with that. So I just want to make sure that eventually, whenever this goes through the process, and if there is an approval, are we set on a site plan? We would traditionally have traffic information and environmental information to consider as part of that.
I think really kind of how we've approached it at this point, because it's in the downtown area, it's very similar to what was done with the Florida Tile site, where Regional Activity Center was assigned, straight zoning was assigned to the property, understanding that the land use designation and the zoning allowed for a wide range of uses depending on market conditions. And so here, what we would have is in essence a bubble plan, but we would definitely have to fill in the details with the technical analyses depending on the actual ultimate development program that comes forward. So that's how we would structure the PUD, is in essence they would be amending what's already in existence to have basically straight C6 uses, and so it would almost be in that instance a PUD in name only, to give the developer and everybody, all the stakeholders, flexibility to have a formal development proposal that responds to conditions whenever they're ready to go to construction. That's the other kind of challenge here is that this is a long-term, with it being such a long-term plan, we don't know what is actually going to be needed in this area, or what the conditions are ultimately going to be, through build out, and so it gives us a lot of flexibility going forward. But like with the Florida Tile site, we did see a formal development program with a specific set of uses, and then with that came the traffic studies, the school concurrency evaluations, and the other things that are necessary for us to grant final development approval.
I guess my question goes to that. So we don't necessarily have any guidelines or restrictions on say the height of a parking garage. That would come later once they get into their development phase.
It would all be consistent with what's allowed in the C6, and so the land development code already gives building heights, bulks, densities, and intensities that are allowed. And frankly, I think probably a bigger part of the issue is going to be the water, wastewater, the other infrastructure to support, a phased approach for the development going forward. So there are a lot of steps that are going to have to go into whatever ultimately comes out of the ground.
So we're not approving anything today. We're getting a general idea of the concept of what you plan on doing. Well, you probably don't, I don't even know if you've decided if the Ledger building is going to stay in existence or you may eventually have to tear it down.
At this time, there is absolutely zero intent to do anything with the Ledger building other than let it sit there and be the Ledger building. And that is part of why we have to keep the PUD in place, because the Ledger building would theoretically become non-conforming if we didn't have the PUD in place. So that's why, to Mr. Barmby's point, it's a little bit of a bubble plan, because we're trying to just utilize the C6 zoning, the underlying C6 zoning, the underlying C6 standards, but maintain that PUD in order to maintain the Ledger as fully legal, conforming, and in place. So there's no intent to get rid of or do anything or modify or change with the Ledger building. This is just about how do we utilize the balance of the site and more efficiently utilize areas that are currently being used for surface parking by providing other parking blah, 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 which you heard. And again, yes, that's the point. I would expect, as we work through this process with staff, that what we'll end up with is some sort of a site plan. It won't be as detailed of a level site plan as we might see in many instances, but it will be something akin to what you see on this slide here, where we identify mixed use here, parking here, stormwater here, connections to the network here. And then as the development moves through the process, those details will come in through the C6 standards.
I expect we will be seeing you several times more.
I would imagine so, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I'll just add just additional background. What's there currently, that was done in the 1990s. Basically, that was conceived as a super block. They vacated several streets nearby there. I believe West Olive, West Walnut, part of North New York. So they really broke that connection to the grid you have there. And what they have now, something we probably wouldn't recommend nowadays. It's very sort of dated layout. So we hope there's an opportunity to restore some of those connections to the grid there and get a more fine-grained urban development pattern going forward. So we think long-term it has some very exciting possibilities, but obviously at some point I think that building will maybe transition away, but initially it will be allowed to remain, and that printing plant will become a legal non-conforming use at some point there.
Any other questions?
We appreciate your time. If there's public comment, which I would expect there to be, we would appreciate just a couple minutes to maybe clarify or answer any questions that may come up. You may have some additional questions, Commissioner, so thank you for your time, and we'll be available.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience have any comments on this matter at this time?
So good morning, Mark Letter, 411 Waverly Place, Lakeland, Florida. So I live south of the development. Will there be any access from this?
You're talking to the microphone.
I'm sorry. So I live south of the development. Will there be any kind of access from the development to like Palmetto and going through the residential area?
Sir, if you could just make your comments, and then if your questions are questions that the board is inclined to direct to the applicant, then they will, but you get 3 minutes of comments. You're not really entitled to ask questions. If the board wants, to address your questions, then they'll direct them to do that. But I'm sorry, I've taken some of your time, or did we pause the time for my, we paused the time. Okay, I didn't mean to take your time, but.
Okay, so
just
was my
make
question
your
okay?
comment, and then if the board, which most likely they will direct your questions to the applicant once your comments are concluded.
Yeah, we'll take all comments, and then when they readdress, we'll make sure you're.
Oh, okay. All right. And then on the wetlands, will the trees and everything stay there along Palmetto?
So again, that's something that we can If you go ahead and make your comments, as far as questions, we can't answer them at this time. But if you'll make your comments, and then the board may have questions, and we may redirect some of these questions as well to the developers.
Or if you've got a list of questions that you want to submit to us, we can certainly take that for the record as well and have them address it.
Okay, I'll do that, thanks.
And we can also, as staff, also offer some explanations here at this time. I think in terms of like the connectivity from the site back into the neighborhood, we've certainly talked about sidewalk and trail connections, those types of things back down to Palmetto. Those are things that we need to look at in more detail, but kind of getting to Matt's point about reestablishing the grid. When New York Avenue was removed, it pushed, of course, a lot of traffic over to Missouri.
Right.
And so probably from a bicycle pedestrian standpoint, we want to reestablish those connections to the south and then look at lining up with Olive and perhaps Walnut or whatever to the east to be able to start to reestablish that grid. But those are absolutely things that we are talking about as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
My name is Richard Razbadowski. Some of you may know me. I have a building at 116.
Sir, can you give us your name and address?
If you might, there you go, thank you.
My name is Richard Razbadowski, 116 West Walnut Street, right beside this to the east of it. I have a building there, 12 units, built in 1926, historic building. I deal with Emily Foster, and I deal with the state of Florida SHPO with regards to the condition of that building, keeping it up. I'm right on the borderline between the Dixieland Historic District and the Downtown Development District. I've been in Lakeland a long time. I've been concerned about this building for a long period of time, looking at it, understanding that the future will change continuously as we adapt. We all know newspapers, we all know. I think it's an opportunity here to enhance the beauty of the west side of the city of Lakeland. There's a lot of unknowns when you go from a PUD to a classical C6 zoning change, which is what's being asked today. There's no hypotheticals, there's no proposals on the table, there's a bunch of pretty pictures that are up there. I'm not against development. I'm actually pro-development. I believe that if you take 500 units on that site, you're taking down that ledge building to put up that many units there in the future. So be it. That's how things change. One of the keys, I appreciate the thought of there are two phases, taking the parking into consideration. There is no parking for the building that I have. It's on the street there and along Missouri at this particular time. I'm concerned about the development moving forward, that the best laid plans could come out to be high crime and a blight there, if not done correctly and with cautious oversight by the commissioners in front of me at this time. I'd like to ask for you to control the development into the future. So I believe all you're being asked today is for the C6 zoning. But obviously this will be only the first step of many. Please control the development. Please help to build out that area of town into a beautiful area that's conducive to the charm of the city of Lakeland. There's been some recent development that hasn't always gone well, but we all look forward to great things. And I would just ask that you use your wisdom on this. Thank you.
Any other comments?
voted on this today?
No, we don't vote today. No. Did you have? What's your response?
Just very briefly, Commission, one, I know, couldn't pronounce his last name, but the prior owner, he has a very nice building, very familiar with it. We don't anticipate having any adverse impacts on that area. We're not proposing any vehicular access to Palmetto, to the first gentleman's question. There has been some comments from staff, as they've already indicated, about maybe reconnecting some of the bikes and pedestrian and those kinds of connections, and that makes a lot of sense. You know, hopefully we'll have some retail that people will want to come and use as part of this project as well. So overall, that makes a lot of sense. We're not anticipating impacting the wetlands as you can kind of see on our bubble plan here. The stormwater is going to remain stormwater on the south end. Wetlands and impacts to wetlands are one, expensive, and two, highly discouraged. So we're going to stay out of the wetlands and as well. So we hear their concerns. We know this is a long process. We've got some more work to do. As you pointed out, Commissioner Phillipson, you will probably be seeing us on a number of occasions. So this is our first hearing. We very much appreciate your time, your thoughtful questions. We'll look forward to working with staff as we go through the rest of the process, and appreciate your time. So thank you very much.
Can I just ask something real quick? Can you give us examples, Chuck or Mr. Lyons, of what C6 would entail? What would be there if it was a C6?
It's your downtown commercial, your office, retail, residential, mixed-use type development. Does not allow the C2 type commercial, so no fast food drive-throughs, car lots, convenience stores, those high-impact commercial uses. Those are not permitted. It's generally designed to be more pedestrian-oriented. The design, the development standards push the building closer to the street. That emphasizes creating those connections, that walkability like that. So it's a more dense, more higher heights. I believe the maximum building height is 120 feet. So potentially they could go up to maybe 10 stories for any new development there. But it's basically what we did when we did the old Fort Hotel site. We rezoned that a few years back there. We have a proposal moving forward there by right. It's not 10 stories, but it is a more urban mixed-use type project.
Can we get a little bit more clarification on, I understand from Mr. Allen what he'd said, that the reason that they're not requesting just a straight C6 rezoning is because of the building that's there and the current uses that they intend to preserve. And so adding C6 to the PUD allows them to preserve the status quo and then explore options within that rubric of the C6. But how does the future, how are the future approvals going to be like? And we've heard some comments about coming back to the board. I know that if it's a PUD, the code says that the staff can approve of minor modification to that plan. But what is the thinking from staff as far as what type of changes to this concept are going to require the applicant to come back in front of this board?
I mean, at this point, because it's such an early stages, we probably would not adopt a detailed site plan. We will have some conditions pertaining to transportation, connectivity, those types of things there. But I think the way we envision it is that basically going forward, the approvals would be a more administrative combination of staff and LDDA reviews. We would like to do that to give the applicant more flexibility there. And I don't think it's unusual. PUDs, some of them are more broad, more general. They have either a bubble plan or some more general uses there. But I think at this point, given the existing development on site there with the ledger, the question, when that use is going to transition away, what's going to happen with that building, that's not really known right now. So I don't know how we, at this point, do that. I mean, we're open to suggestions here, but obviously, we want to get the applicant as much flexibility as they need, but we ensure that we get a high-quality product going forward.
So I guess to kind of rephrase that, what I'm hearing then is that staff would be assuming if they came forward with some kind of modification to the concept plan to apply more detail, assuming that that met the requirements and entitlements under C6, staff would administratively approve that modification, and then the site plan would slowly be fleshed out as they continued forward.
And as part of that process and through the normal development review process, we would have the traffic studies, would have the school concurrency reviews for residential. We would have the utility evaluations to look at water and wastewater capacity and infrastructure needs. So all of that would happen during the course of the review, almost as if this was a straight C6 development. The other thing too is that there's this would be urban center context district.
Yes.
So there would be urban form requirements as well to look at building, transparency, how is the ground floor addressed, other things to make sure that the site development itself is compatible with the surroundings, particularly looking to the east. And so we've got the land use, we've got the zoning, and then we've got the context districts to get to the urban form of the development itself.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted it to be a little bit more clear for the board what the level of involvement from the board would be if this were to be approved in the way it's being presented.
So and then ultimately it has to be approved by City Council.
In terms of this action here would have to go to the City Commission if approved by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Right. Okay. And all you're actually asking is to just change the zoning to what's throughout most of downtown Lakeland, C6.
The PUD, and I'll look to Matt to make sure I stay out of trouble, but they would be amending the PUD to allow the C6 uses that are existing in the downtown area with a bubble plan that would allow staff to be able to review specific development proposals administratively, following the technical analysis, looking at traffic, schools, utilities.
When you say review them administratively, then that means you don't have to come back through this board, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, what's unusual about this PUD's existing use, it's actually more of an industrial type service use. I know the history, the historical ledger facility was online where the parking is there. Currently, that was a more smaller scale, but what was built in the 90s, where under our current code, it's an industrial use, and we really would not allow in downtown anymore. So that's kind of that's the challenge, but as that use sunsets and goes away, what we're going to be replacing it with, I mean, that's what we're kind of working with. So we thought about all of that, but I think again, we're trying to balance the the need for development downtown, but again, with the flexibility that the applicant needs here to going forward.
It sounds like if they were to phase out any of the existing uses, that sounds like something that may trigger the board's review again, or if they were to try to propose something that didn't conform with what's entitled under C6, if they tried to do something that wasn't expressly allowed under C6, then they would have to come back to the board for those things. But apart from that, it sounds like the staff hasn't recommended anything yet on this. They'll come back next month with their recommendation, but as the applicant's presenting it right now, it sounds like as long as it fits within the C6, the city staff will be able to approve it and allow it to continue forward.
But at some point, it will be coming before this board again to give our final approval for what it's worth once they have everything in place. Right now, they have very little in place to show us exactly what's going to happen.
I don't think that's how it's being presented. I mean, as long as what's being presented right now is that they've got a concept with C6 uses and some proposed densities and locations of different things. But as long as everything kind of falls under this umbrella, what's being presented is that could get administratively approved as minor modifications to the PUD as those changes are submitted to the city. So it wouldn't come back to the board as it's being presented.
Even though with all the things that I mean, it's a rather extensive project they have here with everything they are proposing, be it residential or more commercial or whatever they're going to do with the building. You're saying that may not come before this board again once they.
Based on,
Well, flesh it
based on
out.
what staff's recommending.
Right, again, staff will make a recommendation next month after they take all this in and have more discussions with the applicant and everything. But as it's being presented today, it wouldn't come back assuming that whatever they propose going forward falls into the C6 entitlements.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
think,
same thing we did with Lake Wire.
yeah, if the property were vacant and if the building were demolished, it would be a different situation. We would probably recommend just a wholesale rezoning to C6. But because the building is still there and being used, the only way to address that is through the PUD mechanism. So it's more of a hybrid approach, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the staff always has discretion too, if a minor modification comes in and the staff feels that that there could be some controversy associated with it that merits a public hearing, they have the discretion to bring minor modifications in front of the board. So that happens occasionally too, but that would be at the discretion of staff as the way part of this is the way that's being presented.
Any other questions? Any other comments from the board? We thank you again. Okay.
Item 6, small-scale land use amendment on approximately 0.9 acres from business park to residential medium, and a change in zoning from light industrial and single-family residential to planned unit development on approximately 9.1 acres, concurrent with a city-initiated application to apply the urban neighborhood context subdistrict on approximately 0.6 acres to allow a 3-story multifamily residential development with a maximum of 96 dwelling units on property generally located south of Olive Street, east of Oregon Avenue, and west of Beach Street, 1506 Olive Street. Owner True Investors Development, LLC, applicant Tom Woodrich, TDW Land Planning.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Todd Vargo, Senior Planner with Community and Economic Development. I'm again presenting this on behalf of Philip Scarce, who couldn't be here today. So there is 3 facets to this application, and you'll see here is kind of the base map and an aerial. This is Olive Street up here running across. Adjacent to Olive Street, there's a small-scale land use amendment on 0.9 acres, which I believe is this corner up here, from business park to residential medium. There is also a change in zoning from I-1, which is all this property that lines Olive Street, and this property down here, which is residential, or RA4, single-family residential. All this, the entire site you see will change zoning to PUD. And then there's one other zoning change. There's a city-initiated application to apply the urban neighborhood context district to 0.6 acres approximately, which is up here in this corner as well. This is the portion that's currently zoned I-1. It has no context district for some reason. When context districts were assigned, it was left out. So this, again, is the address we're using is 1506 Olive Street, which is generally located south of Olive Street, east of Oregon Avenue, and west of Beach Avenue. So let's see, this is Oregon here, Beach is over here, and again, Olive is on the north side. So this is the site looking south from Olive Street. There's some existing houses there that will remain, that not part of this property, or not part of the zoning action. This is moving to the west a little bit. Now we're at the intersection of Olive Street and Oregon. There's Oregon here, Olive Street's behind us. We're looking south and we can see that same single-family building we saw on the last slide. But this gives you a little bit more flavor of what's along Oregon. There's some other single families there. Turning to the left and looking east along Olive Street, and this again, we have Olive Street to the back as well, and we're looking southwards onto the subject site. This is the house, I believe, will be demolished here at 1506 Olive Street. And then this is looking north across Olive Street. Again, this is not part of the subject site, just showing you what's to the north. And so this is all the way down where Oregon Street meets Wayman Street. And this is looking eastwards onto the site. You can see right now there's a bunch of trees right there now, and you can see the mobile home park that's on the south side of this subject property. Again, we're down here, and you could see this mobile home park down. We're here, like right about here, I think, is where Wayman Street meets Olive. So here's the site plan. The proposal is for 96 multifamily dwelling units comprised of 4 3-story apartment buildings with associated on-site recreational amenities, including a clubhouse, pool, and recreational area. I believe these 1, 2, 3, 4 are the multifamily apartment buildings. This is the clubhouse here, and then this is the recreational area here. Just the details aren't really shown, but it's in a different color. It's in the orange. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting with the Westgate Central Neighborhood Association on June 6th. I am going to let the applicant, Tom Woodrich of TDW Land Planning, come down, let you know how the meeting went, what was discussed at this meeting, and give you some more details on this project. But that's all I have currently. Again, this is not for final decision. This is just a public hearing this month.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Tom Woodrich with TDW Land Planning. I'm also here with members of my team, including Amy Niedringhaus, my engineer, and the Blue Sky representative, Miss Mathilde Jarrett. We have an exciting project to present to you today, and Todd's bringing up some presentation. So we have 3 different moving parts here, really 2 if you consider the zoning change transforms into a PUD sort of, but the land use change, I'm going to describe to you what we're talking about and where those are in some detail. So we have a future land use map amendment about 0.9 acres from Business Park, which is along Olive Street, to residential medium, which is everything that is adjacent to us and a majority of our site existing. So this illustration shows you the gray area in the top is the existing business park land use that the city has, and residential medium, which is everything else within the site boundary and within this neighborhood, primarily is the land use district that we're requesting so that we can use that top portion for a few of our buildings. We're also asking for a zoning change. The top portion, again in gray, is I-1. The rest of the site is RA4, and we're going to ask for a PUD all within this red boundary, highlighted in red for your visual attention. Residential medium allows 12 units an acre. We're asking for less than that, at about 10.6 dwelling units per acre. We've already checked with the school board and have a check to make sure that school capacity exists. We've done our traffic study already and find that capacity exists. Water and sewer connections are available. There are some issues in this area in terms of capacity, I think, for wastewater. And so we'll be working through those, but that's kind of a concurrency, get to development review stage. But we've been looking into all these items to be prepared as we move forward step by step, each along the way for every bit of infrastructure. And that also includes us providing additional support for the transit in this area. And we're providing a transit stop and some trail connections throughout the site for the city to make improvements upon. Our development is through Blue Sky. Blue Sky is actually the developer of this site, and they've done a number of developments to the area. I'm going to let Mathilde speak here shortly, so I won't take the wind out of her sails. But just in brief, they do true affordable housing using the average median income and the set rates that those allow. They shoot for 60% at AMI, which is well below, and so provides a true support for those in need for affordable housing. They provide a high-quality product, which is a variety of different unit types, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. So it provides for families, provides for individuals, young families, couples, whatever, the whole spectrum with those unit types. And it also provides a community feel where you have a clubhouse with a recreation room, weight room, and a meeting room for parties and get-togethers, if you like, for that community to use, as well as a pool and a playground. So it really provides a nice opportunity for people to live, and this will be close to downtown and connected very well with sidewalks and transit to everything that's in and around the area. The buildings that we've designed, we've been working with city staff to kind of adjust things and listening to the public, and any feedback that we've gotten, we've adjusted the site plan that you're about to see here today to bring it so that it, we think, meets the best design possible for the site in terms of being compatible. We do have a 3-story product, as you can see in the picture here, that is very similar to what we'll be providing. In fact, that model unit is the one that you'll see on our site plan in terms of the footprint. And if it changes in color or slight design, that's something that we can get to later. But generally speaking, this is a live example over in Hillsborough County, I think, or Manatee County. But Blue Sky has 2 projects currently here at the City of Lakeland, one under construction to be open in July, August of this year, probably August, and one that's going to start through that process in July, August to be open next year. So Blue Sky is here to do good things. We're looking forward to making this project, their project site work for them. And so we've come up with the site plan. The top 2 buildings in yellow, as Todd referred, is close to the street as we can get them. The city, we are in the urban context, urban neighborhood context, and the desire was to have those buildings on the street frontage, the sidewalk. And that kind of matches with the non-residential, some of the non-residential uses that front Olive Street to on the south side of Olive. If you drive down anyway, there are numerous non-residential uses. So you have kind of a larger bulk feeling, less of a single family feeling along Olive Street. So we lined those buildings there. And then we adjusted our buildings through the center of the site to make them so that they are, as they are 3-story structures, to transition better to the single-story nearby. I will make a correction, though, to say that in the, apologize, little pointer is this guy. Yeah. In Todd's presentation, he mentioned that these were single-family homes. The site is actually, it's okay. Todd's standing in for another planner. That's fine. But we wanted to call out that these are all duplex homes, and a number of these are as well. Throughout the community, there's a number of, we call them, 2-family attached, I believe, in the code, if correct. But duplex is a common term people are aware of. And there's quite a few of them over adjacent to our site here. We have mobile home parks to the south. But there are some 2 new single-family homes across here, so I will point those out. Those are also in the photo that you may or may not have noticed that are brand new construction. So you have a mixture of uses, but you do have attached units, and we're suggesting multifamily at this location is appropriate due to its surrounding infrastructure and access to downtown, transit line, et cetera. And we've done the best we can to make sure that we have integrated this project into the site surroundings, including the access points that we're providing by extending Wayman at the south into the site. So we maintain the grid that was historically in this neighborhood, and not just keeping one access point to the south. Staff felt it was important, city staff thought it was important to maintain the second connectivity point at the southern point, so it, gets some of the residents, on foot, on bike, on car, however, getting through the neighborhood and connecting with people, and not just an isolated apartment community that doesn't connect well to the rest of the community. So our other access point, of course, up here on Olive, which is our central access point on that road. And as Todd mentioned, we did have a neighborhood meeting. We did continue this hearing last month so that we could hold this and work through some of the other issues that were some of the details of the site. Our community meeting was held at the church adjacent to us, the Wisdom in the Ministries Word. I'd like to thank them again, Pastor Nelson and Sister Nelson, who held that meeting. We sent out about 550 plus mailers, as you see here on the screen, out into the Westgate Central neighborhood. We had a great representation. Lakeland planning staff was there. The neighborhood coordinator was there. Our neighborhood president, who's also here today, Ms. Shirley Pickett, was there. We had other community leaders, from the chamber, from quite a few people from the neighborhood and from the community who attended the meeting. And there was a great discussion that occurred in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, what it looks like. We had large poster boards with images of what the unit types looked like, what the anticipated, cost for rental would be. And I'll just caveat to say that all of that is always changing with the rates as they are changed annually. But to give them a sense of what we mean by affordable housing, in that it is truly going to be affordable in this community. So we made our introductions of who is who, made a presentation, took questions and answer. It was very well attended, we believe, and there were a lot of good questions that came up, and a lot of good things came out of that meeting. So we're happy that we were able to do it before coming to you today. So our site plan, I'm showing you here in black and white. Sometimes that's a little clearer to see. If not, I can flip it back to the aerial photo. But I wanted to pause here just to take a moment to say if there are any questions of the planning board, and before I introduce Ms. Mathilde to present about Blue Sky. Yes.
I do have a question. I noticed that you've left quite a bit of open space that isn't being developed. Is there any intention in the future to put buildings there, or is that just going to remain open space? We've
Run the numbers, and Blue Sky has run the numbers, I should say, to say that they're very comfortable with the proposal that's in front of you to stand on its own. We have no intentions at this point of adding other units. We had other renditions, and I'm sure this site has received a lot of attention just in other development proposals that may have come at other densities and designs. But we really feel like this is what we're proposing, and we don't have a phase 2 or a plan B at this time to bring anything else forward. The developer's happy building just 96 if that's all that comes from this.
I have a question, and I'm assuming they're rentals, right? They're rental apartments?
Correct.
Okay, so will 1 or 2 units be set aside for perhaps maintenance people who live on site for any repairs, or how will that be addressed?
The Blue Sky, and I'll let Mathilde address that when she comes up more specifically, but I know that they have a maintenance company that they use throughout all their projects so they can maintain consistency on the level of repair and maintenance that they receive. I'm not sure if they provide that for that if there's a caretaker unit for those people who work at that company, but it's something that they manage as well, and they've done so for decades with the same organization. So I'm sure she can speak to that to greater detail.
Any other questions from the board?
General comments. What was the general theme of some of the concerns from the folks that attended the meeting?
I think one of the questions that came up was, one of the themes that seemed to come up was security. How are you going to secure the premise? How are you going to keep people from just coming in, and whether that's to there was a talk about the individual apartment design. Is there a key code to the building? And generally speaking, as you saw in the picture, at this point, the design looks to be more of an open plan where your key card goes to your room, not to the hallways open. But we're too early, and speaking with Blue Sky, we're too early to know exactly how that design is going to play out. So we can't answer with definitive to this panel, and we don't want to be held to that to be misleading, So, but at this time, it's open. There was discussion about just general site security and things like that. So early on, city staff had brought that up, how are we going to keep you from just kind of cutting through the property per se? And so and thank you for bringing it up because I meant to mention that, we did add a fence to the site boundary. You can see it identified with the little squares as the posts, and the fence is identified as a boundary of the entire site. Then the question came up, well, is that going to be a gate that opens? Again, that's something we don't know. All of these are possibilities. I will say that a gate with that sort of mechanism does require a different entry design, so we'll have to consider that. In the spacing on here, we did adjust the parking in between building 1, which is in the top left corner, and building 2, which is your first vertical building next to the main entrance. Here, we did adjust this parking from 2 rows to 1 row to bring those buildings closer together because staff really wanted them to be as close as possible, but we needed to have a compromise of spacing to provide parking that was near that building 2, because it otherwise has a drive aisle on the right, and parking to get to my particular unit, for example, is pretty far away. So this has been an exercise in compromise, and my point in bringing that up is that if we need to push to make a wider entry onto Olive for that sort of security gate, it's going to, again, shift buildings around. And I only bring that to your attention because I know you all sometimes consider conditions for things of those natures, typically not for security gates, but if that comes up, we are looking at space that we've already been negotiating through and navigating through on that tight spot up there. So, but that's the main concerns were security, access. We talked about the swimming pool, and that will have an enclosure around it by law, has to have a complete enclosure around that clubhouse pool area to be securely enclosed to avoid any accidents. So we addressed that as well. And those, if I recall, were the primary points of discussion.
Was there any comments or concern about building heights?
No, there were no concerns about that. And I only brought that up in my presentation, just to say that we push things into the center of the site. So there is nothing, we didn't propose to build to Miss Knight's question about the additional buildings, or Miss Luntz, it may have been. That area is open. We didn't put buildings on that side because we felt the most appropriate space for a 3-story building would be in the center.
You have a pool and a clubhouse, but is there any plan for a playground at all?
There is, yeah. Pool, clubhouse, and playground. And I'm quite sure Ms. Matilda has additional images to show you here shortly.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Any comments from the audience, from the public? Come up.
Excuse me, before we open it up, can I invite Ms. Matilda up? Blue Sky, she is the developer, just to finish the presentation that we have for everyone to see what we are providing, which shows the playground and additional equipment and her information on. I don't mean to interrupt, but that kind of helps to explain what we're doing.
Sorry, didn't they have somebody else? Go on.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Mathilde Jarrett. I'm Assistant Vice President at Blue Sky Communities. Our office is in Tampa. The address is 5300 West Cypress Street. First, I want to thank the city for the support we received on 2 other developments here in the city of Lakeland. Swan Lake Village, currently under construction, and Swan Landing, which is phase 2 of Swan Lake Village, and both of these projects are on Griffin Road. Blue Sky Communities wants to help cities, counties, nonprofit organizations achieve their affordable housing goals. And with this project on Olive Street, we believe that this project will fill a need in the neighborhood. So this project is for families at or below 60% AMI. So the pictures you can see on the screen are from another Blue Sky Communities project. It is in St. Fer. It's called Preserve at Sable Park. And what we're proposing today is very similar. Three-story buildings, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units, along with several amenities like a clubhouse, a pool, a playground. Blue Sky will also offer programs to the residents. With that being said, thank you for reviewing our application. Thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay. Right. Anybody else from the, do you have any other, anyone else to speak? You finished?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, anyone from the audience, ma'am, I think you were coming up.
Morning. My name is Janola Cleve. I live at 502 Beach Avenue. And to Mr. Tom Woodridge, is somewhat awing that I live right down the street from Mr. Nelson, and I didn't get an invitation to the meeting.
Ma'am, can you pull the microphone down? They're having trouble.
I do apologize. I'm very loud. And I didn't hear anything about the Landy Superfund. I find that to be awing as well. I am here to cry out for the children in the neighborhood and grandchildren and the children of them that will come after us. The Wayman Ditch goes from the contaminated area, and this area too, I believe, was contaminated because they have been doing water testing on that area. And when you asked him about the area not being inhabited, I hate to say, I don't think he would do that, but that could be an area that is more contaminated than the other areas. I don't know. My question was, I'm not against beautifying the area because I live there, but I am against not having an area that is cleaned for our children. And I didn't know what to say. I toiled all last night. But what kept coming up was to say, first, do it right so you won't have to come back. I live at 502 Beach, which runs, Walnut runs side my house, and Beach is in front. I clean up the city's area to beautify my lot anytime I get my yard clean, because the people from across the ditch comes to the store up on Central, and they throw things that they've used in my yard. So I have to clean it up. My question to Mr. Woodward, if I'm saying that correctly, is will there be not a chain link fence, but what is it? The brick fence to stop them from coming over and to crossing the Wayman Ditch. Wayman Ditch, that area is not clean. I'm done? Ooh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Carla Donofrio of Central Sheet Metal and Steel on 1315 Olive Street. We've been there over 40 years in that area. And this is?
And the business is northeast of what you guys see up there. Our guys work all hours.
Could you identify yourself?
Our employees work all types of hours. So my concern is...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you state your name and address as well?
It's Mike Martin, 1315 Olive Street.
Thank you.
Sorry. But the business runs all hours of the day along with the other businesses that are around us. So we're kind of concerned, like the church did with the dumpsters, that we're going to have complaints that people are working and the shear breaks at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's kind of loud. So...
And also, we are having semis come in all the time. There are semis that have to park on Olive Street to be unloaded. And there's a roofing company across the street from us. We bring our trucks in, but people are very fast speeding, get very upset if they have to stop on Olive Street. Olive Street is just a two-way road. In fact, 1315 is the only area that has a sidewalk in front of it. So there's no sidewalk except for on the other side of the street. So it's dangerous out there, period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Shirley Pickett. I am a resident in the Westgate neighborhood. I live at 1636 Wayman Street. I am the president of the Westgate Central Neighborhood Association, and our meeting went very well. There were over 200 invitations sent out, and I'm sorry to hear some people didn't get it. The meeting was very successful, and I'm going to start at the end of the story, and then I'll fill in because I'm not good with time. So I'm here to say that we are 200% for affordable housing in a low to moderate income neighborhood. I went scouring the neighborhood, we canvassed the neighborhood, and spoke to as many people that were not working. There's a lot of elderly people over there, and they were all for the affordable housing. What's happening over there with the economy, nobody's fault. Prices have skyrocketed way above their finances. So I'm here as a spokesperson for many that were forced out of the neighborhood because of the high rent. When they heard about the affordable housing, those that could not show up to the meeting, the people were for blue skies. I showed them several pictures that were presented at the meeting and the plans. I'm hoping personally, as a resident on Wayman Street, that they would like to open up as another corridor into the development. We, Wayman Street, are all for that. I'm here to express some concerns also about the elderly being forced out of their homes by private owners. They're buying the apartments that you saw behind, whatever, on the picture. And they're like little duplexes, and they're buying the duplexes, and people are not able to afford what these new incomers are asking for. Up to $1,700 a month. I was at awe. I mean, I was like, my mouth dropped to the floor. We had 2 minutes of crying sessions at several doors because these ladies did not even want to move out of the neighborhood. So therefore, I said, I'll try and go in and speak to the council for everyone, but we only get 3 minutes, and I'm very long-winded. So I started from the end of the story first. We are for affordable housing, and we will be having more meetings. See, I'm telling you that time. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just, and to the other speaker that ran out of time, you can submit a written comment, and that will be presented to the board. So keep that in mind. Thank you. That was me.
Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, I know 3 minutes goes quick, so certainly.
Anyone else from the audience?
Any other public comment?
Again, Tom Woodrich, TDW Land Planning. I'd like to just address the people who came to speak here just a moment ago. I'd first like to thank them for coming up to the mic. To Ms. Klee, I apologize, we did not get somehow an invitation to you. We used the mailing list provided by the city. That's what they suggested that we use, and we did send out, like I said, over 550 mailers. I also hand distributed them to the community church and asked him to give the word 2 weeks advance notice at each Sunday service, and a stack of them in the back of the church to hand out. And they were very helpful with that, so I apologize somehow it did not get to you. And I'm sure she wasn't the only one, so for whomever else may not have received that for whatever reason, through the Postal Service or whatnot, please accept our apologies. However, we do have a lot of thanks to provide to Ms. Shirley Pickett, who has, from the very beginning, we've coordinated with her beginning back in early May. And she has been not just a voice of support, but a helping hand in spreading the word, talking to people throughout the neighborhood. She made it a personal parsonage of her own to reach out to those people that she mentioned she did after our neighborhood meeting. She asked for exhibits from us, and she walked the beat, so to speak, and knocked on doors and talked to residents. And we did not ask to do that. I had no idea what, at the time, how the extent she was going to go, so I want to offer a thanks for that. So we did try really hard to get the word out well in advance of that meeting and to make sure everybody had a chance to speak and ask questions. We made the presentation, we believe, a comfortable environment where it was open. We made conversations brief and really made it a listening session and made it clear that we're here to show you with images and the boards that Mathilde showed you a moment ago with the images of apartment units and apartment styles, and kept away from zoning terms and complicated things that people may not be as familiar with, and just show them images that they are familiar with, which is kind of like a brochure when they're looking for apartments, if you will. So we tried to keep it on a level that was clearly understood and easy to follow along and be engaged with. But I do want to thank Ms. Pickett for that. She's been instrumental. Ms. Klee's comments about the Superfund info in the Wayman ditch are warranted and good questions, and we have been dealing with those concerns and issues about the site. The site was handed to us, so to speak, with this history of there was a chemical plant on the north side of Olive that, as things seep down into the soils, travel farther away. Todd, can you go to my presentation, please? And so we have been researching that. City staff has been researching that. We have no intention to build anything that is not going to be safe. And in fact, for environmental study that Blue Sky has conducted. They are committed to continuing the maintenance of the monitoring wells and that have been maintaining those impacts. And if you would scroll down, let me see if there's, oh, here, I guess I could do it, apologize. Yeah, so I had these images ready just in case anybody had any questions about this. So this on the left, top left, is the extent of soil contamination. Our site is located, sorry, is located, there we go, here. So there's a little bit of, looks like soil contamination here. This is the existing red building on our site. This is the church on the corner where we had the neighborhood meeting. This is that ditch that Ms. Clee mentioned. So not to get too much into the science of it, none of us here are environmental scientists, but we have been examining this and asking the EPA for assistance and understanding if there's anything we need to be aware of. The one on the right is the water contamination. There's our site. As you can see, there's a plume and there's existing contamination that dwells far from the subject site, which is on the north side of Olive, that chemical plant that was located here and located here. But as you can see, their impacts went way farther, some all the way through the neighborhood down here, as well as the water impacts spread throughout it from that older site. So what I did is I provided, their remedial actions from the report. They've conducted reviews, they've been evaluating the contaminations, and its nitrate groundwater concentrations have been shown to be naturally attenuating or decreasing, and they were found to be at a level that is considered kind of like where it bottoms out and just will be naturally continuing to attenuate. I also provided kind of the summary here that talks about that they were, in the report, they talk about how the groundwater satisfies the preference for treatment. So there's a lot of science to any of this. As you look into any of the soils, when you get to your construction level, this is a zoning discussion, and of course we need to be aware of what we're asking for to be placed on the ground, I understand. However, we have already begun looking into this, and if it doesn't work for us, then we cannot build on something that is, if it's too contaminated for residential use, we will not be able to do that. But when you get into a planning study, you need to be lining things up in certain order, planning and zoning, appropriateness of the use on the site, really is part of that process. If we get through this gate, then we can say we have the certainty to make the next level of investments to make a deeper dig on this issue. However, the Blue Sky is going to be doing soil remediation if necessary. They're committed to that, which is the removal and replacement of soils. And this is part of their commitment to developing the site should that become necessary. Maintaining the monitoring wells, lining of stormwater ponds on the site. So the one big stormwater pond you saw on the south will be lined, even though I don't believe the plume extended that far south. It may, so just in secure to be sure of that. And then any dewatering treatment during construction to remove that water and make sure that it's treated properly and not just disposed of somewhere else. So we are already looking into these. We have a list of things that we're committing to if necessary and if we proceed to the next step. But there's a lot more evaluation that still needs to be done, and we'll uncover that layer by layer as we move forward. But we are aware of it. We are working on it, Ms. Clee, and we will continue to be committed. Mrs. Cleve, I apologize. Thank you. Mrs. Cleve, we are committed to addressing these issues. Blue Sky is committed to providing quality developments that are safe for people, and they are a buy and hold, build and hold company, so they don't just build buildings and then sell them off to somebody else just to make money. No, they're committed to affordable housing, and they stay in that game on that site for decades and decades. And that's why they have their management company that they've had for decades and decades, because they have a more permanence in the community. So this is very important to be sure that what they're building is a good fit for the community, is a good fit for the soils and location, environment, and is a good fit for the city and what the city is looking for. So we are committed. That's what I can promise you at this point, to continue to look into these things. And the letter that I have here, the memo I have regarding these environmental issues, shows that we're on track to address them.
And Mr. Woodridge, just real quick, has that letter been provided to staff for inclusion in the public record?
It has not yet. We can provide a copy.
I think that'd be very helpful for our staff to review as well.
And in terms of the sheet metal business, providing that information was valuable. We appreciate that. The noise, I haven't been there at 2 in the morning when you say some of those. Olive Street is a very busy street. Traffic moves very quickly on there. The safety concern, I echo. There are bicyclists and pedestrians on that street all the time during the daylight hours when I've been there, early evening, when we finished our meeting, whatnot. But, we are providing a sidewalk on our frontage. There is a sidewalk on the south side of Olive. We're hoping to be that part of connection. And we're providing a transit stop. I think I mentioned that, but that's shown on the, it's going to be difficult to see, but the sidewalk will be provided right here along this boundary, and then our transit stop is located here to try and bring pedestrians onto a safer realm. That's an issue we're concerned with as well. But in terms of the noise, we'll have to, I don't know that we can impact another business. We'll build our buildings according to current code, which will have, windings and sound insulation that current code requires. And but we appreciate you coming and let us know, and we may need to modify our design or buildings accordingly to make it so it's a better fit between the two neighbors. So those are the responses that I have. Does anyone else have any other questions or?
Just one last question. I know it comes up every once in a while. The definition of affordable housing. I know you guys use that term a bit. Just ensuring we've got a good sense of what that means to you and how it relates to how the city's definition of affordable housing might be.
Right. So, and perhaps Mathilde might come up to give a little bit more information on this. But we provided at the neighborhood meeting kind of a range of rents, and they're based upon the average median income. And so, and that's set for Polk County, actually, I believe. The numbers that we're providing, rents, should I mention the range, or would you like to address this entirely? Yeah.
So the definition of affordable housing, in a summary, it is that the rents are going to be limited. And for this project, we're targeting families at or below 60% AMI.
Okay. So do you have any sort of dollar range that you can give us?
I don't have the data, but those are fixed. Those will be for, I guess, the county, and then there is a specific rent following if it's 40% AMI, 30% AMI, 60% AMI.
I just happen to work with the Affordable Housing Division, and 60% AMI is around $54,000 per year for a family of 4. And that would cap the maximum affordable rent, which is also statutorily defined as 30%, no more than 30% of the income. So that would be around $1,370 a month would be around, about what the maximum rent would be for a family of 4, if it were to meet the statutory definition.
Yeah, and so we will be following the statutory limitation, and by the time we develop, those numbers will change. I think that's the hesitation in Blue Sky, providing numbers on the record like this. Even at the meeting, we said these are kind of where we are, but please understand this is subject to change, though not drastically where I think it would, but we just don't want to be held to numbers. But I think we're definitely following that guideline. We are 100% falling into the true terms of affordable housing by statute. And I can say our rents that were mentioned, the rents that were mentioned earlier of $1,700, or maybe people think for a 3-bedroom, is it $2 or $2,500 per month? It's well below that. Our 1, 2, and 3, I can say on average are well below even $1,000 per month. So I don't want to be held to any numbers. I can just say all of our units are on average even around there. But remember, it's dependent upon your income. So if we start talking numbers, then this particular person and what they earn will equate to them paying a little higher than this person if they earn a little less. For the exact same 2-bedroom apartment, for example, will pay less. So the more we talk about what each apartment will cost, it's very fluid, but it is all subject to that guidelines, the set of guidelines and regulatory framework.
And our Mr. Andrew in the back, can you pick us up on the mic? Is there anything you want to? Oh, okay.
I know that people are having a hard time hearing, and I wanted to try to listen in. So allow me to talk better. When I turn the house system up so we can all hear, it creates that ringing sound. So we are allowing you to talk better.
Got it. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So does that help? We are affordable housing. We will follow the guidelines. I gave a shadow of a hint of where our rents are without being specific because they do change and every person will be getting a different rent, every single person. So, but that gives you a guideline of where we're really talking, and if you all know the market now and what rents are for apartments or homes, if you want to, any kind of home, we're definitely going to be affordable. We'll be anywhere from 30% to 80%, but we're going to have most of ours in the 60% AMI range.
Thank you.
And real quick, if I may jump in on another issue that we're working with the applicant on at this point, is that there are a number of easements and rights-of-way that traverse the site. And so we're working on a plan right now for the vacation of those and the relocation of those easements. So the intent would be is subject to approval by the Planning and Zoning Board, and ultimately when the proposal goes to the City Commission, we would need to have the vacations addressed at probably at the same meeting, but just on an earlier agenda item, so that when everything is approved here, that it complies with the new layout of the rights of way and the easements. And so that's a lot of work that's happening in the background. And so I just wanted to make the board aware, and this will be something that we'll we'll address as part of our recommendations coming back next month as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. And in fact, I provided those slides here, the work that we have been doing to show what we as the applicant have been doing in response to what the city has asked us for. This illustration provides you you can see the lot numbers there even if you can't see the lot lines, but that blue line running through the center of our site is our work to provide a new easement to replace old right-of-way that was long time ago supposed to be a city street that never became a city street. So to remove that city street right-of-way and to replace it with something that will still maintain the services that are beneath the ground that you can't see. This is the work that we're working on now, and here's another illustration that shows the ditch. Sorry, Ms. Cleve, I also failed to mention the ditch, which is important. The ditch is currently under city maintenance and has an easement. So our plan in addressing her comment, and sorry, I almost forgot that, but that ditch in the I would call it purple in this illustration. That's where that ditch is located that Ms. Wayman brought up. It's an open drainage ditch, and it tends to gather garbage and weeds, and so it's been brought up several times to us, and yet it's not our. Even though it's on our site, the easement it's maintained by the city, and that's not to say anything negative. Just that I don't know how to address her concerns, except we'll have to coordinate with the city to try and see if there's a solution. We do have, to answer your question, we do have that fence, as I mentioned, around the perimeter, so people shouldn't be able to get in there, but that's where that ditch is located that she mentioned. And then lastly, on this site, you can see kind of how we provided in yellow on the bottom, and then wrapping around, so yellow, wrapping around, then turning to green. That's the proposed trail connection that the city has asked us to provide. So we're working on all these legal easements to replace rights of way and all that. This takes a lot of work and so and time. And so if it doesn't seem like we're just a normal zoning case that goes directly this hearing to the next hearing, we may need a little more time to resolve these issues and make sure the city has what they need to keep the infrastructure in place and to keep things moving forward that the city needs so that we can develop the site and they can still get access to that infrastructure.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Item 7,
Thank you.
major modification of planned unit development zoning for Tract E of Morgan Creek Preserve to allow for the construction of 5 single-family detached homes on approximately 35.08 acres on property generally located south of Medella Road, east of Hamilton Road, and north of West Pipkin Road, 4806 Hamilton Road. Owner, English Creek LLC, applicant William J. Malloy, and this is for consideration of final decision.
Good morning again, Joshua Chain with Community Economic Development. The bulk of the property has a future land use in the residential low. There is a small portion of this adjacent to English Creek, which has a future land use designation of conservation. As we've discussed in the past, it's important to note that this property was included as part of the original 2004 approval for the Morgan Creek Preserve. As Tract D, again, it is just over 35 acres of land on the north side of the English Creek drainage basin. The request before you now, and I imagine this probably goes without saying, but it is a substantial revision to the initial application, which was heard by this board last month on May 17th, in which they sought approval for 49 single-family detached homes. This is substantially less than that, but before I get into that, I would just like to go through a couple slides. This is looking south, and this is depicting the segment of Hamilton Road, which is private. And this would be sort of in, I guess, the northwest corner of the property. Again, you can see there the apron or the intersection there between Medella Road and Hamilton Road. Again, to my left on the screen, it would be the private section or segment, and then there you can see the publicly maintained portion of Hamilton Road headed north towards Drainfield. And again, going east and west is Medella. Then of course, this would be looking east towards the airport along Medella Road. So again, this is a substantial revision to what was originally posed last month. It was 49 lots. What you see before you today is 5 lots. This translates to a gross density of 0.14 dwelling units per acre. This is well below the maximum allowed under the comprehensive plan. To accommodate this level of density, the minimum lot size will be 4.83 acres. Or approximately 210,000 square foot, or just north of that. This is significantly larger than the minimum 5 to 10,000 square foot lot sizes mandated within the other development tracts within Morgan Creek Preserve. Just to recap some of the concerns that we heard last month, obviously there was a lot of concerns by many of the local property owners and residents concerning flooding. There was also some concerns regarding the impacts on wildlife, as well as traffic impacts. In response to the flooding, the applicant is going to be providing a stormwater system that will collect the runoff that's designed for a 25-year frequency, 24-hour duration storm event. It will maintain the historic drainage basin patterns in which runoff is discharged into the receiving wetlands. They have also designed this site so that it is not impacting the small portion of conservation future land use on this tract. Development of the site will require compliance with tree preservation standards within the Land Development Code, with any environmental impacts addressed through the permitting process, and this would be through the appropriate state agencies, including FDEP as well as SwiftMud. To minimize visual impacts on the adjacent residential uses to the north and the west, the applicant has agreed to preserve a 30-foot wide natural vegetative buffer here on the north side. This will also include a 6-foot tall privacy fence, but this will be a separate tract again, 30-foot wide. And then here on the east side, it'll be a 20-foot wide natural vegetative buffer tract, which will also include a 6-foot tall PVC fence. And this is all depicted on the site development plan, which will be binding and included with the conditions of approval for this. Modular Road operates at a level of service C. However, the 5 single-family homes within Tract D are expected to generate a total of 50 daily and 5 p.m. peak hour trips. So they are expected to have a de minimis impact, and that would be per the city's concurrency management ordinance. Otherwise, all roadway levels of service and operations are expected to be acceptable with mitigation as recommended in this PUD modification. Other essential services are presently available to provide concurrency for the proposed use, and that would include the schools as well as water. But actual construction is subject to final concurrency determinations, and we do that at the time of site plan review. So I'll pause for a moment, and I can read the conditions into the record, or if you have some questions about some of these changes, the applicant is also here, and they're able to make a presentation or answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
What is the extension that's running from these 5 new tracks directly north? Or I can't, it's not
Are
clear
you
enough.
referring to this?
Nope,
Here?
up, yes, right from there. What is all of that?
Okay, so as we discussed last month, this is unincorporated area. This tract of land, or this parcel, I should say, was approved as a suburban plan development that's similar to our PD process, but this is a process by which Polk County Growth Management reviews and presents to the Polk County Board of County Commissioners a new subdivision identified as a suburban plan development, or an SPD. That has already been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Tract D will connect here. This would obviously have to be constructed first, but this will all be reviewed by Polk County. This portion is in the incorporated area, and this would be reviewed by the city, but they would connect here.
And so at the elbow, Joshua, the elbow is just north of that is the city limit line, correct?
Correct. So this is all located in the unincorporated area. I can go back. Oh. So all of these, or the majority of these parcels are in the unincorporated area. This, of course, is Morgan Creek Preserve. This is Tract D. This is the subject property.
So that elbow, if you go to the other slide, nope, go back to the slide you were on, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then go to the one that's, I guess, on my left and your right, the black and white one.
Okay.
So that area of, that parcel she was referring to is that small one that goes north above that gridded area.
Here?
Right there.
Yes, that is located in the unincorporated area.
Okay, so that's that part.
Okay.
It's a little confusing because it's not always.
And they already have entitlements in place there, as that was approved by the Polk County Board of County Commissioners.
But I had asked Jared at one time, isn't that currently being litigated?
I'll allow the applicant to address that.
Okay,
My understanding it is not, but I'll allow them to address that.
okay.
Can I suggest, it looks like this is up for final consideration today. There's significant change on this. Traditionally, we wouldn't open it for public comment at this point. I think we should, in addition, depending on what comments we get, perhaps pushing the final decision from today.
My recommendation would be to hear from the applicant first. That way the public has the benefit of hearing what they say. Did we put this on as the public hearing because of the substantial change?
Yes, we did. We noticed this.
So we've noticed it as a public hearing with the intention that there would be additional public comment due to the fact that it's so different. So my recommendation would be to hear from the applicant and then have public comment after that.
Because it's asking for final consideration.
Commissioners, good morning. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. happy to be back here again this morning with what we hope is a much more acceptable plan than when we were here last month. We did hear you. We heard the residents. We heard the concerns that were brought up. And somehow we were able to make this plan work for both us and hopefully for the city of Lakeland in this instance. We've almost inverted the density in terms of the future land use here. We're allowed, well, not allowed, pardon me, there's the presumption of perhaps 9 units to the acre. We're well under that. We have 35 acres. We're asking for 5 units. We're 1 to 7 essentially. The reasoning for that is that we want a successful project. You know, we want happy neighbors, and we're here to answer any questions about the change, any more, you know, flavor we can give to this project. We're at your service. Thank you.
Can you address the board member's question about the county portion? And I know there was initially a third-party petition for writ of certiorari filed to challenge that, but has that concluded now at this time?
It's my understanding that no part of this project, either in the unincorporated part or in the city of Lakeland part, is currently under litigation, to my knowledge. That's not, well, let me put it simply, there's nothing flavoring our application that we're having to deal with in terms of litigation. Nothing we've been put on notice about.
Are you representing the parcel to the north of you?
I have had nothing to do with that development. No, sir.
So the parcel that's that little, the top of the elbow, I guess, is not your development? Is that
It
what
is
you're
not
saying?
part of this request.
No,
I
it's
do
not
not
part of
represent.
this request because it's in the county, obviously, right?
Right, and I do not represent that developer.
Okay. But was that approved? I guess that's my question.
Yes, ma'am.
By
Those
the county?
29 lots are approved.
Any other questions, Mr. Chairman?
I just have a comment to make. I don't know how we can expect to make a decision on this without knowing what's going to happen with the county. This has all changed now. That if you look at this plan, this is different than what the county approved. And I personally, I'm going to have a hard time. I think what you've done is wonderful. I think that's exactly what everybody wanted in that area. But I'm going to have a real hard time of giving the thumbs up to you guys, not knowing that this is not what the county approved. There's no, I realize this isn't what's supposed to be discussed, but there's no retention ponds. You've already admitted that it's cost prohibitive to bring in county water, county sewers, and realistically, on a quarter-acre parcel, you can't put a well and septic tanks. You don't have enough room. So what the county had approved is not really what you're going to have there either.
I'm going to have my engineer speak.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Heather Wirtz, engineer record, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33602. So are you referring to the city portion of this plan? You're saying the county didn't approve what's shown on the bottom?
I'm going to say to you, you cannot, these two parcels are intrinsically connected.
Okay,
You can't look at one and not look at the other.
Well, the county can't approve something on a city piece of land, so they wouldn't be
I
seeking to
understand that,
approve
but I'm
that.
saying is you can't separate these parcels out. Without the county's portion, you have no egress to this property down at the bottom, which is the city. So you have to look at them both together. And what I'm saying to you is to look at what the county initially approved a year and a half ago. It's not what's in here today.
So what are you saying? I mean, what does it take to get your approval? You're saying we have to go back to the county?
I think to get my approval, you'd have to go back to the county and say, hey, look, we've got this 10-acre parcel, and we'll put in three 3-acre parcels or 2 5-acre parcels on this connecting road, which would be, the county at that point would be able to say.
Well, what I could tell you is for a 5-acre tract, you probably don't need as much pond as what's shown on here. So the fact that it is different, it has different requirements, and it doesn't need as much stormwater pond. You can see it's less intense. You know, it's going to have much less impervious. We're going to keep a lot of the trees natural. So, you know, that's why.
That, but you don't have any city or county water or any city or water or sewers out there.
And if I may jump in, I know that Joshua has some conditions that it may be helpful for us to go through. Because of the change here, you know, I think the developer is still looking at hooking up to city water, but because of the size of the parcels, that we're allowing these tracks to go to septic, subject to approval by the health department and all the other appropriate authorities. And so we've got some revisions that will address those issues. I think the thing that's important from my standpoint is that this is only 10% in terms of units. This is only 10% of what was previously proposed. So it is a substantial reduction in terms of the density, in terms of the city portion. And the way the conditions are structured is that the county portion has to be done to provide access to this property. So, I mean, there is some synergy with the county, but it's a completely different deal. And in terms of our part, you know, we went from 49 to 5.
I understand
So that
that.
is a substantial reduction, and you know, we don't control the county, of course.
I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is you can't separate the two of them out. You have to have one with the other.
I think what her concern is if the county portion of that parcel is all on septic and something happens, it's going to end up being the city and the residents of those 5 parcels taking care of what happens. I think that's what you're
And I also
talking
think
about.
that if we have limited parcels on that county, which I think that's probably that's where I am with it, you don't need to do all of the road repairs and all of this kind of stuff. You don't need to put the expensive bridge in, because at that point, if you have limited numbers on that county parcel, which probably is what it should be, you aren't making that much of an impact on the roads or any of the rest of it. I understand you guys don't want to go back to the county, gotcha. I understand that. But what I'm also saying is, you bring in county water to here? Is that that's what they had agreed?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, we are connecting to county water.
And that's city of Lakeland is the water provider?
Oh, city water.
City water. So as of last month, that was going to be too costly. Now,
No,
what has
that was never the case.
Wastewater.
We were always connecting to water.
Wastewater.
Okay.
You know, and I just looked, that extension of land up there is owned by English Creek LLC.
Okay.
So I find it hard to believe that
Well, we're not representing that owner. We have another developer under contract for this parcel for the 5-acre lots, and that's who we're representing.
Any other questions, any other comments, any other suggestions?
I just reiterate, listen, I'm thumbs up with your large parcels down in the city portion. I'm just saying, I don't think we can separate the city and the county portions of this and come up with a realistic that, yeah, this is okay, but this isn't. My question is, I'm wondering if the county portion of it is even conforming to the neighborhood around it.
Well, the county already has given us an approval on that PD, and the external boundary of that PD touching this PD has no change. It shows a lot access. There's no change. I don't understand.
Where is the,
Sure. Please wait.
Wait, no.
Sir, please. You want to speak, we'll give Portia the opportunity.
I won't say anymore. We'll let them do what they got to do.
I just think that we should be looking at what we are in control of, like what the county does and what they have done. We have no control over that. We have control over the city portion and these 5 acres, and that's what we need to look at, and that's what we need to evaluate today. That's what we need to hear comment on, is what we are in control of.
Yes, I agree.
And I'll look to Mr. Simpson, and, you know, I mean, this is probably the first time I can remember that we've had an area that was divided like this between city and county. But I know in terms of what we have jurisdiction over, I'm looking at it as a 90% reduction in impact and intensity and density. So that's what, in terms of what we control as the city, a net positive.
These
I
5
agree.
parcels, I agree too. Are these 5 parcels still going to be on septic tank, or are they going to be?
The 5 parcels would be on septic tanks. It would be 5 septic tanks, as opposed, again, to the 49 we came to you last month with.
And that would meet the wetland requirements.
I guess just a couple of comments. The county's approval is presumed to be final Even if it's litigated, the way that litigation works in this area of the law, the decision is presumed final unless and until the court finds otherwise and issues an order. It's called quashing the decision, and at that point, what the court would do is they would find that the decision wasn't supported, or it didn't follow the law, or due process wasn't provided. They would quash that decision, and that essentially just starts the process over, and the applicant at that point can go back in front of the county and apply again, and the county would have to follow whatever the dictates are of that order, depending on what it says. But it basically starts over, and so there's a presumption that that decision is final until the court weighs in. And being that it is, within the county's jurisdiction, I don't think it would be appropriate for this board to direct them to revisit the county and revisit that decision that is presumed to be final and lawful. I do think that the board can consider the county portion as part of its compatibility analysis because it is adjacent to the property in question here. So simply because it's not within the city doesn't mean that it's not, worth considering from the lens of compatibility. But I think that would be the limitation. I mean, that would be the extent of what the board could consider is it compatible with the adjacent properties, including the unincorporated. In fact, with a lot of these properties out there, we are hearing from a lot of neighbors who are residents in the unincorporated county, and we've considered those comments to be valid and worth considering. And so I think that would also that coin goes both. There's two sides of that coin. So this development is the county portion of this development is presumed lawful at this point. We don't have any evidence that it was overturned or that the litigation questioned that finality. So we have to presume that it's a final decision, and we can only consider it to the extent that it's relevant from a compatibility standpoint.
Any other comments?
And I do agree with Mr. Barmby that I think it would be beneficial to hear the staff's conditions so that the public can hear those conditions prior to their comment period.
It's dead. Okay, sorry for the delay. So briefly, I'm going to go over all the conditions which were modified as a result of this application. As you can see here under section C, we would be adding underneath the maximum number of dwelling units, tract E, that would be 5 total dwelling units. Below that, we are removing the language that refers to tract E being reserved for future development, which I referenced just moments ago in my presentation. Again, under tract E, the lots shall have a minimum lot area of 210,295 square feet. The development standards for the 5 lots within this tract would be in accordance with RA1 suburban neighborhood subdistrict standards. The minimum front setback would be 30 feet. The minimum interior side setback would be 15 feet. The minimum rear setback would be 40 feet. And the maximum lot coverage is 10%. F makes reference to the new site development plan that would be added to the ordinance should it be approved and adopted. This change to G under Parks and Recreation Facilities notes that there's 3.51 acres of open space, again, in that same site development plan. Here under utilities, we are adding a section explaining that it is also anticipated that Tract E will not be required to connect to the city sanitary system, due to the lot count and proximity to existing city sewer service. And again, just to note that that is determined by the Polk County Department of Health. Here, in response to the Southwest Florida Water Management District's water supply plan and at the discretion of the Water Utilities Department, we noted here, with the exception of Tract E, phases that the Morgan Creek Preserve development shall have not undergone subdivision plat review as of August 1st, 2006, shall install independent reclaim reuse irrigation water distribution system to serve all the lots and common areas within those phases. Under vehicle access, we are noting that another access point on Modular Road will be serving Tract E. Under the pedestrian circulation system, we have added a roadway and 10-foot wide asphalt side path shall be constructed to the south side of Tract E to accommodate a future connection to Tract B and C. The connection's feasibility and final alignment through the remainder of the PUD to West Pickering Road shall be subject to future engineering analysis and City of Lakeland approval. Under Section N, road improvements, prior to the first building permit in Tract E, a new roadway shall be completed to Modular Road that is constructed to Polk County standards. The intersection at Modular Road shall be constructed in compliance with the Polk County Land Development Code or as otherwise permitted by Polk County. The street within Tract E shall be constructed to City of Lakeland local street standards and shall be conveyed to the city only if requested by the City Public Works Department. A stub out shall be constructed to the south side of Tract E to accommodate a future connection to Tract B and C. No future crossing of Tracts B and C shall be open to vehicular traffic until Hamilton Road, north of Modular Road, is improved to acceptable collector road standards and is aligned with the local street serving Tract D at the Modular Road intersection. Under stormwater management, we've added the stormwater management system for Tract E shall be designed to retain the difference in pre- and post-development runoff volumes from a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. The rate of discharge from the post-development site shall not exceed the rate of runoff from the pre-development condition for a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. Under buffering, we've added the language essentially requiring the natural vegetative buffers that I referenced earlier. That would be a 30-foot wide with 6-foot high PVC fence buffer on the north side, and then a natural vegetative buffer with a minimum width of 20 feet and a 6-foot high PVC fence established on the west perimeter of the project's boundaries. When located on individual lots, the natural buffer shall be retained through the recording of an easement and maintained by the homeowners association. And then lastly, we have special tree preservation provisions applicable to Tract E. The developer of Tract E shall only remove those trees listed as qualified in the Land Development Code necessary for construction of the infrastructure, and that includes roadway, curb and gutter, stormwater, pond, and piping. The builder shall retain as many qualified trees as is feasible to allow lot development and to maintain rear lot buffers between adjoining properties and along the floodplain and creek areas. And that includes the changes to the conditions of approval for this PUD, and we'll stand for any questions you may have.
Why the reduction in the storm event? The rest of it was 100-year storms. We went to 25 years. What was the next?
I would assume it's because of the significant reduction of density, but I'll defer to the project engineer.
I think the condition, what he's doing is adding another criteria to it. The developer was previously willing to go above and beyond to the 100-year storm event, and that condition, I believe, still stands, right? The underline is being added, not...
Yeah.
It'll state both.
The differing part is this track's going to be different from the design of the rest of them.
The stormwater system is much different than most.
Oh, it's absolutely different. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of open space, but...
Just asking them. We're changing the approach just simply due to the densities. Is that correct?
I mean, that's the correct answer, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, any comments from the public?
Good morning. My name is John Joyner, 3830 Hamilton Road. My wife and I also own land adjacent to this whole project. I agree the 35-acre city portion does fit the area. That would be really nice. But you have to look at the whole project. I don't care if it's in the city or the county, it's one piece. So on the 10 acres, 29 homes added to that 10 acres just doesn't fit the area, doesn't anywhere look the same, and it's just, I think it'd stick out like a sore thumb. One problem is the developer can't do the right thing in our eyes, if they wanted to or not, because of the expense of a 24-foot wide road with sidewalks on each side. If you have 5-acre tracts, that you don't need a road like that going in there. A normal driveway type road would be good and it would fit. And I know this because myself, my wife, and a developer friend looked at actually purchasing this property and developing the whole 45 acres with 5-acre tracts. This would fit really nice. I don't think there would be any complaints on it then. But we had to withdraw because of the expense of a major road through there. It's just too costly. The future plans of a road coming through all the way from Mule Road, through Hawthorne, through Gresham Trails, through this Tract E all the way to Hamilton Road is a problem. It's going to be a major thoroughfare there, and there will be funding found to put a bridge across Morgan Creek, and this will happen eventually because it's evidently something that the city is really wanting to happen. This project just needs to be rethought with the density less on the 10 acres. And to be able to do that, the size of the road would have to be less to make it profitable. So we need to just forget about the through road and do the right thing. So, thank you.
My name is Ryan Gillespie. I live at 4636 Medella Road. The property is located directly south of my property. I just finished building my house there, and I built at the very back of my property to be far from the road. Now they're wanting to put a major road right on my back door. You know, the developer is saying that this is about 5 houses, but we all know what this is about. It isn't about 5 houses. It is throwing out there something that sticks, something that you're going to pass, just to get approval so they can start on the 29 houses. Because that's what they want to do first. They're then going to come back and try to add houses to this. We all know that's what's going to happen. Anybody that's got a brain in their head knows there's no developer out there that's going to spend millions of dollars to develop this property, which is a swamp, by the way, and put a major road in it for 5 houses. I mean, come on, that's not the end goal. This is pure deception. Compatibility has been brought up a lot in this process, and 1 house per 5 acres is compatible with the area, but 29 houses per 10 acres is not. I mean, this is classic bootstrapping. They're trying to get this approved so they can start on the 29, get the 29 done, and then they can come back and say, well, now 56 houses on 35 acres is compatible. It's right next door. That's what they want to do. That's their end goal. It's classic deception. I know this hearing is just within the city about the 5 acres, but this is not about just that because it's one development. You got to look at it as a whole thing. The city commissioner stated that this 10 acres should never have been changed by the county. That 10 acres was changed and approved by the county with all the retention ponds, et cetera, that was shown on the previous plan, which they are not doing now. So therefore, it should have to go back to the county to get reapproved for what they're actually doing. This property was also approved by the county at a public hearing to build with tying into city wastewater. They have now changed this to septic tanks, so they're going against what the county approved. It was approved at the hearing for tying into wastewater, but somehow someone in the county sneaked it into the notes after the fact, after the hearing, that it was okay for septic tanks. That was not brought up at the public hearing and was not available for public review. Therefore, it's illegal. And rest assured, we will be talking to our legal counsel and looking into who did that and how that came about. Because we all know there is a conflict of interest between a county personnel and this project and the developer. There are a lot of neighbors here for the, that are in the area, but there's nobody downstream of the creeks. If you see this picture, this shows the watershed, the Swiftmud watershed for the area. And all this water for this development, all these developments have flow through this basin and directly through this property, which is now under septic tanks, which was not approved through the county.
It's been driving me crazy. My name is Leanne Joyner. I live at 3830 Hamilton Road. My husband spoke earlier. We own the property just south of the city portion and just east of the county portion. So the density on the 35 acres has been lowered drastically from 49 homes to 5. Would it not make more sense to lower the developer's density on the 10-acre part of the development to not more than 10 homes on the 10 acres, increasing the density to 29 homes on the 35 acres? This would make the development as a whole 1-acre lots, which would make this development way more compatible with its neighbors. Also, a footnote here about the septic tanks. It would make it a lot easier to accept the use of septic tanks where being 1-acre lots for this whole development. The last thing I want to say is if the city could rethink the requirement of the developer to put in such a wide road system, inexpensive road system through the development, maybe the developer would reconsider lowering the density of the development. This would make this make this project something that the community and the developer could feel good about. Thank you.
My name is Billy Friend, 4840 Medela Road. First of all, I oppose this project. Why are we here? We are putting the horse before the cart, trying to put this project, trying to move this project and put it through. Where's the retention ponds? There are on the 5 acres. I guess since there is no retention ponds, we are going to dump water into the creek with houses, with septic tanks. And this creek dumps into the Alafai. Also, the water off the solar farms from which come off of Hamilton Road meet right there at Hamilton Road and Medella Road. Septic tanks, retention ponds, and ditches do not mix. Residents do not trust this developer. By the way, who owns the wetlands? I do believe it's Landstar, and it's not part of the 35 acres. I do believe there should be a lot more studies done in this area, especially when it's right there on where we're trying to build this property. Before it's approved. I'm finished.
Good morning. My name is Lance Baker. I live at 4560 Hamilton Road. I'm on the corner of Hamilton and Medella. I have before me the approval from the county with the conditions that they set forth for this to be approved. Item 3 says the site plan included, which I have a copy of, which is not what they have here. The site plan included herein together with the conditions of the approval shall be considered the binding site plan. Any modification to this LDS PD 2020, except for those listed in section 906, shall constitute a major modification to this approval and require a level 3 review before the Planning Commission. They also go in here to state that they know that the southern portion of the project is a 58-lot PUD within the city of Lakeland's jurisdiction. Approvals of the PUD is still pending. They go on to say, this is what the county thinks, this is what the county approved based upon. The sewer will be provided by the city of Lakeland as part of the overall project. Furthermore, on-site retention ponds will be constructed as not to significantly alter the site's natural drainage features. That's not true, because on the part the county approved now is only just drainage easements. The retention ponds were on the original site plan that they approved. That doesn't exist anymore. Also, they go on to say finding of facts. To me, a fact is something that's real. It's not an opinion. It's not an application. It says an 8-inch potable water main is also located in the southwest of the subject property at Morgan Creek subdivision. Potable water and wastewater service will be provided by the city of Lakeland. So I guess y'all are providing all this, because that's what the county thinks. That's what they approved this is based on. And I agree with Ryan, because I come to y'all as a general contractor. I'm not an accountant, I'm not a painter, I'm not a landscaper. I do this every day of my life. That's what I do. I got this in my hands 24 hours ago, and I've already found all kinds of holes in what they're saying, the conditions that it was approved upon. This is just their attempt to get the smoke to clear, to get this approved, and then when the dust settles, they're going to come back and ask for more density so they can put their 58 original or 49 or 37 houses. They're never going to stick with 5 because there's not enough money there to develop this for 5 houses. Y'all might not understand that, but I do this every day of my life. I just built 4 houses on a mobile home street. I have constructive development. I don't come into places where it doesn't fit, make it fit. I come into places and put above what was there. We're going backwards. There is, right now, in this area, there's 484 acres and there's 53 residential houses on it. So that's 1 house per 9 acres. Well, what the county approved this on doesn't fit what we're asking for. If this was 2 5-acre lots on this 10 acres, I'd be okay with it. You wouldn't see my face again. But unfortunately, that's not what the county approved. The county approved this based on the site plan they were given, which has drastically changed, and it says in their approval conditions that it needs to go back before the county review. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Good morning. My name is Doug Ray. I live at 4805 Hamilton Road. My property is on the western edge of this proposed property. Glad to see they moved the 5 density down to 1 house per 5 acres. But again, when this was approved in the county and all the residents, when we were there, we were told that actually the city was going to annex the 10 acres that the 29 houses are going to be on. We were told that there would be city water and city sewer that would be provided to this. Well, all that's all changed now. Ms. Seitz, I do appreciate you having them look at the whole development, because this is a whole development. Unfortunately, half of it's in the city and half of it's in the county, and neither of the two want to work together. So the city, now the plans changed. Is the city going to still annex it, or are they just going to leave it out and leave it like it is? And if they're going to annex it, you may want to think about that compatibility that Mr. Simpson said you guys have the ability to look at. The thing is, stormwater, we're still flooding out. I deal with it differently than the other people here. The creek is actually on the backside of my property. I brought to the city where once they put in that West Pipkin Bridge extension, that the floodplain on the north side of the bridge was predicted to be 3/4 of an inch, and it turned out to be 4 feet. So that started putting water in all my neighbors' houses. It started putting it up on my property, way up to my house. So and the county and everybody agrees that there is no stormwater plan for that whole area. So until that gets fixed, that needs to be done. We've been told that the intersection, you see the pictures of it there at Hamilton and Medela, people can't make that turn going right. If you're headed westbound on Medela Road, you cannot turn right on the Hamilton Road without crossing the center line. And we have semis and all types of trucks that try and make that. That road's only 17.5 foot wide. So until they do any development, they need to fix the roads and the intersections and the things that they have there and make it right. But the problem is your development's in the city and these are county roads, and none of the two are working together. We as residents are stuck. I do applaud the city commission for standing up for us when our county commission let us down and approved this 29 lots there. It was totally incompatible. Now, if you go back and you look, yes, we've sued. We're still working with that. But you also have to look at the county. Since this has all happened, they've changed the way. They're not rubber stamping these developments anymore because they've been caught in enough lawsuits and enough problems that they realize, oh, damn, we got to stop this. We're not doing the things and looking out for our constituents, and our constituents are raising enough cane. So really, you, the city commission, are the ones that can protect us and help us. Get passionate, because I hate to see my land not get to be used because of nothing against civil engineers. I work with them all the time, but it's just bad engineering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Morrell. I've got the horse farm catty corner from this property, 4815 Medela Road. As everyone else has said, the compatibility with floodwaters, roads, we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. As I spoke to you last month, good deal's a good deal. We're all working too hard to make this deal work. There's too many things against it. The area is growing like crazy. I actually sat at Pipkin and Yates the other day and saw a turkey hen standing there waiting to cross the road. So literally, at some point, we've got to also think about nature. My concern on this as well is I appreciate them going to 5 acres. However, are we now going to sell those 5 acres out to do additional lots, kind of like they've done over at Riverstone, where a contractor comes in and buys the 5 acres, and then they go in and they reassess it and try to come back to you all and say, hey, now can we do 10 homes on that? Again, we've got septic problems leading into waterways as well. So I spoke with my husband this morning. I said, should I go? And he said, don't go. They're going to do whatever they want to do, okay? I came because I felt last time I was heard and I was considered, and I really appreciate what you all are doing. And you're making things right. You're making things equal. And as Doug just said, I'm really proud of you all for stepping up to the plate, because we're being heard now. In the past, it's been, city and county just kind of does whatever they want. I do agree with Doug as well. I was thinking on the way here, that's been my ongoing joke with the neighbors, is was there a poker game? You know, whoever won that round got the corner of Hamilton and Medalla. Whoever won the other round got the piece along the creek, you know. I do agree. I think that the county and the city need to work a little closer together in the planning department. You've got the airport there. You know, they should be doing a 20 to 50 year plan on that. Multiple houses is not really in an airport plan. I'm not telling you all anything you don't know. And you know, growth for the airport and for the area, as well as, you know, you've got your roads. Do you want another 4-lane road there? Because, you know, how many 4-lane roads are we going to have? So anyhow, I'd like to see the county, if you guys could, you know, certainly push your planning department to work with the county and, you know, set up this area for future growth, for the correct future growth. I think that would be good, but I don't think that this is necessarily the correct future growth. Too many houses for your airport, too many houses, too much flood water. You've got septic tanks going into the creeks. The area's just not set up for it. And I can't understand the expense to build bigger roads in there. You know, we need to take, of course, what's in there and make them, you know, assess them correctly. But thank you very much.
Anyone else? You have comments from the board?
I'm going to reiterate, I think there's still information that, I think the gentleman in the back shared some information from the Polk County that might have need for consideration here. Because of the significant change, I don't know if I'm in a position to make a decision at this point.
I do think it would be appropriate to hear some rebuttal that's customary in these proceedings to allow the applicant to have a moment of rebuttal to the public comment.
Sir, could you come up to this middle piece? We can hear a little bit better over those microphones.
William Malloy again, for the record, 325 South Boulevard. Commissioners, what we just heard from the opposition testimony here was by and far entirely against the county portion of this development. And I can't stress, and I don't mean to sound heavy-handed by any means, that ship has sailed. Those 29 lots are prepped for construction right now. There's, you know, potentially, well, I won't say potentially nothing to be done about that, but that is an approved project. We're here before the city of Lakeland to ask for consideration for 5 5-acre lots. We absolutely realize there's a nexus between the two projects, and there's a history, and obviously we share an access point. Our project fails, you know, if those 29 lots aren't developed or if that road isn't developed. We acknowledge that entirely, but the county portion comes first. You know, I think some of the citizens may have had it reversed in that our project's not feasible until that happens. I can assure you there's no intent at a bait and switch here. No one's going to forget the last 2 hearings we've been through. These 5-acre lots are the final product. We don't want to come back and rile this up and create another mess. This works for us financially. We believe it works from a planning perspective. We have your staff's support, and we very respectfully ask for your support in this instance. Thank you.
I have a question. Back to the details, and it says maximum lot coverage is 10%. So how large are those homes going to be? What's the square footage?
I don't believe we have a builder in mind. These certainly wouldn't be tract houses. These would absolutely be custom homes. I think it would be up to each individual owner to select their builder and their footprint.
Well, I mean, they're limited to 10% of the lot coverage, correct? As what it states here? That's what it states.
If that's the development standard that was assigned to the lot, that came from staff.
These are going to be 5-acre lots, so you're looking at, you know, 20,000 square feet potentially being the maximum.
That's everything under roof, garages and lanais,
Yeah.
any ancillary buildings, anything
And these are
like that.
state-sized lots. I mean, they're potentially going to be very, very large homes, but we want to cap it well below the 35%, which would be standard for the city.
if the lot coverage can be addressed, so that we set it at a certain threshold, percentage-wise, or even square footage, we're happy to agree to that right now.
Well, I think my question was because of, depending on the size of the home, would be the size of your septic tank as well. So
Okay,
that's why I asked.
understood.
Anyone else?
And just real quick, in terms of process, the PUD for the portion in the city will lock in the number of units or number of lots at 5. There will be a subsequent subdivision plat that will be developed as well that will generally mirror what's on the screen there. I mean, there's certainly additional details that come in terms of stormwater retention, utilities, other things that go into the subdivision platting process, but we are looking at 5 lots that would be platted by the city or within the city of Lakeland. So that would also govern the number of units on this portion. We don't have any jurisdiction across that line into the county, but on our portion, between the zoning and the platting process, it will be 5 lots.
Unless they come back and ask for a change.
They can always ask, and it would come through this process again, but our position, the conditions are based on 5 lots.
Did I hear you correctly that the county portion, those lots are already being prepped for construction?
Not prepped for construction by no means. I've been advised by my engineer, who can speak, directly to that they are.
Well, because I was looking on the county property appraiser site, all that platting that you're seeing there, it's not shown on the property appraiser's website anymore.
Heather Wirtz again, engineer for the developer. So what I think we were trying to say was that we can develop the county portion without the city portion. So we don't need the city portion to do the county portion. The county portion can go tomorrow. We have to do construction plans and submit for permits and meet all the applicable codes.
What I'm really concerned about is the apparent disconnect between who's going to provide services, whether it's city, county, or nobody, that this gentleman brought up, because there is a very apparent disconnect. It seems like the county assumes the city of Lakeland is providing water and sewer.
They are, and that happens on a lot of projects that are in the county where they are access to city water. It's very common.
But
We're just dealing with
But the city's not, we've already determined the city's not providing those.
They said the city is providing the water for the county portion of the project.
But not
Not the sewer.
Joseph, not the sewer.
But nonetheless, that's still in the county. We're dealing with the city.
Right.
That's what we're here for, is the city.
I guess the question begs itself, if the county's got an understanding with their approval, with their conditions that affect this parcel, and this development, albeit separate, is different from what was presented there, and that is not being presented to this board. I haven't seen what was approved at the county level. We don't know whether they're under suit. I don't think that we can make a decision at this point.
I'm not comfortable with it.
So
What is our,
in the time while the hearing's been going on, I pulled up some of our old, because when this came before originally, and there was some reference to the litigation, I had looked it up at that time, and referring to the case style is Ryan B. Gillespie versus Polk County, and the case number 2020 CA 00389700000. And this was a petition for a writ of certiorari, which is it's the legal instrument that starts litigation of a land use decision. That was filed on December 31 of 2020. That those types of petitions have to be filed within 30 days of the decision, the rendering of the decision. If they're not filed within that time frame, it's done. It's considered a final action that's presumed to be lawful. But in looking at this docket, it looks like there's been quite a bit of activity. There were multiple hearings held in April of 2021. number of documents filed with the court, and eventually the court did order the county to show cause, which is essentially an order directing the county to defend the decision that they made. The county asked for more time to respond, which was unopposed and granted. And then both parties requested oral argument. It looks like there was an order on September of 2021 granting the request for oral argument, and a notice of hearing was put out. But then a month later, in November of 2021, there is a stipulated notice of voluntary dismissal with prejudice that was filed. And I'm unable to retrieve that document because it's not available online. And then the oral arguments were canceled, and that's the last I'm seeing of that litigation, and that was at the end of 2021. So unless there was some other lawsuit filed, maybe there was some other legal theory that was presented as to.
What does that mean, that it was with prejudice? What does that mean?
Normally, I mean, I can't.
No, but, I mean, just the
having not been-
terminology, what does it mean?
Just generally, when you file a stipulated notice of voluntary dismissal with prejudice, that means that the parties have, typically it means that they have settled, they've come to an agreement, and they're now, both parties are agreeing to dismiss, and with prejudice means that they can't file it again. So typically that's what's done when there's been a settlement reached. But I don't have any personal knowledge of any of this litigation, and I can't really speak to any of the details of it. And I don't know if there were other lawsuits filed under other legal theories or in other forums. I mean, it sounds like from the testimony we're hearing today, that maybe some of the information that was presented to the county may have been incorrect or possibly even false or misleading. I don't have any personal knowledge or ability to really speak to any of those things. Mr. Locke, agree with you that I haven't seen the county approval, and I can't really speak to the details of it. The only thing that I would throw out there is I do have a little bit of concern about that taking a center role to this board's consideration, because we have pretty specific criteria in our code as far as when you're looking at a PUD and you're given criteria to consider, and I'm not sure where all this conversation falls into as far as that criteria is concerned. I mean, obviously compatibility, we throw that around a lot, and that means that what you're approving needs to be in harmony with what's surrounding it. And I'm not familiar with any specific case law where an appellate court has upheld a city denying a zoning based on questions of an adjacent approval that was done by the county. I don't know of any cases where a court said that was okay for the city to question the county's approval and then use that as a basis to deny a project in front of them. I don't know if that's something that the court would approve of or not.
Right, I feel like we're being held to maybe clean up the mishandling of what the county has done, and I don't think that's fair.
If we go through a legal process, we're talking not months, we're talking years before we get anything settled. Is there any possibility of the city and asking the county to meet with the county again to try and iron out these problems among themselves and then come up with something that's suitable for us? I agree with Joe, I agree with you, I mean, and you obviously. I mean, it just, to ask us to vote on something right now that I think is so much, we have so many concerns about.
Maybe you can, is it possible for us to take because I'm prepared to vote on it. I mean, I'm not prepared.
I just, and do, Mr. Barnby, do you know if there's been a voluntary annexation agreement of the county portion of this?
I'm not aware of any voluntary annexation agreement. In fact, when we saw the initial development proposal probably 2 years ago, at least a year and a half ago, we had talked internally about whether or not we would want to annex the 10 acres to the north, and the answer was no. So at least at this point, we have no intention of annexing the property to the north. I mean, that's just as it stands today.
Isn't it typical, though, if the city's going to provide water service in exchange in the county, that we normally require a voluntary annexation agreement?
Tradition has been more on the wastewater side.
Okay.
I know we have started to broaden it out to include water, but at that point it was traditionally wastewater was the trigger.
But the plan at that time was coming from the south as a part of the rest of the PUD. I mean, now, while we've got that future roadway connection to the south, it's going to be accessed from the north. I can't see, unless it's in the far future, City of Lakeland coming back in and building that bridge.
I doubt, right now, I mean, and that's why we have the conditions written both for Tract E and B and C are really subject to engineering analyses and additional data collection that we just don't have at this point, because that is a major floodway, major drainage area for that area, and so we would need to see additional analyses to see even is a bridge feasible. Pretty skeptical of that, but I mean it's possible, and so what we wanted to do with the way the conditions are structured is to allow for a future potential connection, but it's long term. City doesn't have the money to do that right now, and there are a lot of other factors that would have to play a role into us even entertaining it. I think the other thing that's important to note too is for whether or not it's a public road or a private road, it has to meet our city engineering standards manual and our land development code requirements for a cross section of a road, which in this instance would be a 20-foot wide local street. So, we require sidewalks, at least on one side, on both sides of many local streets. And so there's some variations there in terms of sidewalks, but in terms of the road width itself, it's 20 feet. So we don't have different standards, whether or not it's a road accessing 5 lots or if it, 100. It's the same standards, because at some point in time, we may end up having to take over ownership and maintenance, and we don't want to take on something that we just don't have the ability to maintain or have to reconstruct.
I just think that there's too much information that we don't have to make. You may feel confident in making a decision now, but I don't feel confident. I know that there are people that vote one way or the other based on fear, but in 75 years, I've figured out that a lot of times I need to listen to my fears. And I fear that this is not going to stop at 5 acres. There's going to be other things that go on. And I just think there's way too much information that we need from the county to make a legitimate decision on this. I applaud you for going with the 5 acres parcels. I think that's wonderful. And if we could get something, like I said, get the county to look at this and say, you know what, this really is not compatible with the neighborhood with half-acre or quarter-acre parcels. And if we could get the county to say, you know what, you're right, let's make this 3-acre parcels or whatever it is, and, go that route with it, my would-be thumbs up on that whole thing. But I'm sorry, I can't vote on this today in the affirmative based on what we don't know.
So the basis of your denial would be an approved zoning by the county?
I would at least reevaluated by the county.
Pardon me?
Even for them to take a look at it, because it has changed. If you look at there's no retention ponds there, there's no nothing.
There's
a pond. There's a pond shown on the south side, and there's very, 10% impervious, so you really don't need.
Well, I'm not talking about and see, this is the thing. I understand what you're saying. We're here to decide for the city, but I can't look at this as just being city. This has to, because they're conjoined. There's nothing, you can't separate them. One does not exist without the other. Now, if you want to go ahead and build the 29 homes that the county has approved,
That one exists without this one. That's what I'm telling you. That
Well, and
exists and we can go build it today. That's what I'm telling you. So it's, we don't need the five.
well, then my suggestion to you is go ahead and do it if that's the case.
Well, I'm just making sure you understand that. We have an approval, we can go build 29 lots. All this is doing is connecting to a road to the county portion of the project.
I think what we're trying to say is, or at least I'm trying to say, is if that is the case, and that's fine, that's what the county wants to do, we haven't been presented with what the county has actually approved, and if that differs and that has requirements on this piece, I need to see that.
How would the county tell you what to do? I'm sorry.
I don't know what was on that approval. It sounds like there was things that were on this parcel as a part of that approval or anticipated.
If the county imposed restrictions on this parcel, they're out of bounds. It's not their jurisdiction.
I don't know
They don't
that.
stand.
I would agree with you, but I don't know that. Nothing's been presented to me.
What's the fear that if they had?
That we're then putting the county and the city at odds, and we're going to make a decision without all the information.
Why would they, what about the, I mean, pardon me, I assume we're in a discussion right now.
Absolutely.
So, but what would be at odds here between these two projects?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I mean, one is an approved project.
And we've already approved other tracks of this portion that is a lot more than 5 houses. So I'm a little confused as to what the hesitation is, because we're dealing with 5 houses in the city limits, and that's what we're dealing with. And that impact is quite minimal compared to what they originally wanted.
But there's no ingress egress until that county portion is decided.
But the county has already decided.
Sir,
Something, I mean, if it helps and if the board and the applicant are amenable, we can certainly get the latest plan.
and that's all I'm asking. I'm not going to say that I'm not for
If that
or
has
against
changed.
this. I just need some more information because this is substantially different from what was presented previously, which
Very
is
good.
fine.
Okay, I understand that, and I think we're happy to accommodate that.
And we can certainly, just to see and make sure that whatever is shown on this exhibit is consistent with what has been approved or the latest that's been approved by the county, because I know what we saw with the original SPD approval, I'm not privy to something that may have changed since then that we're not keyed in on, and so I think that's something that we can certainly make that contact if that helps and see what that, it may or may not cause us to go back and revise the conditions, but I think it's something that at least gives us the information and gives the board a greater comfort level to make a decision one way or another.
Okay, then can we go ahead and make a motion delaying any decision by this board subject to us receiving the information that we are seeking from the county as far as what they...
Suggestion.
Pardon?
That would be my suggestion.
Could I rehear the motion? I'm sorry.
I don't think we've actually made a motion.
There's been no motion, and in fact, I don't think we've even closed the public hearing portion. I guess we sort of carried it through the rebuttal there, but I'll just lay out the options for the board. Obviously, the staff recommendation has been to approve the project with certain conditions. So that's always the board always has the option to move per the staff recommendation. The other options would be to approve subject to other conditions as imposed by the board in addition to the staff's recommendation. The other option would be to deny, and just to elaborate on a denial would need to be in the form of a motion to deny, and a motion to deny would need to state a basis for that denial. When the staff is recommending denial, they present to you a staff report that gives you a pretty thorough explanation of the code sections that apply and the rationale for that denial. And so that makes it easy for the board to adopt that rationale and reference those code sections. However, when the board is in a situation where staff is recommending approval and the board is inclined to reject that recommendation and deny the project instead, then the impetus then it falls to the board to state the basis for the denial and reference some authority within the code and articulate the reason for denial. And so that would have to come from the maker of the motion, who, if that is the pleasure of the board to deny, they would need to move for denial and then state the reasons why and reference some code, which, I could assist with the code references after hearing what the rationale would be of the maker of that motion. So that's approve with conditions, approve with conditions of this as recommended by staff, or approve with the board's conditions, or deny, stating the reasons. And then, of course, the last option is the one that we've been discussing, which would be to postpone a decision on this pending the submission of additional information. And I would just ask that if that is the pleasure of the board, to just give a little bit of guidance as to what exactly that information is that you'd like to see. That way, both staff and the applicant can respond to that request, and if that is what the board would like to do. And so that is, I think, your menu of options here.
I don't think anybody on the board at this point is ready to deny. I think that everybody has just stated their concerns that we don't have enough information to make a decision.
And I don't think it's inappropriate to ask the planning staff to coordinate with the county's planning staff so that everybody's on the same page. And so a delay would be the best option.
But if everybody doesn't end up on the same page, you still have county who approves or doesn't approve something, and you have city
But
who
then
has to approve
then
with
we
this.
will be making a decision after they've gotten the facts and the information that the county has based their decision on. Because right now, we're flying blind.
You want to make a motion?
I agree. I think that we need more time. We need more information. I think the staff needs more information. And at this point, we don't have it. And I think I'd like to make a motion that we delay a vote on this for, I don't know, 3 months? Until there's time for.
I think we can, we can get the updated plan in days,
Then
hours.
I would say delay,
You know how long it
revise
takes
your
to do all
motion to
that.
delay
Okay.
pending receipt of the updated plan, and we'll delay it until our next meeting, when we should all have had that by then. I would
Before we make a motion, I think the applicant wants to say something.
Just that we do have the site plan of record up on the screen. This is from the county's own website, I believe.
Yeah, it's a county.
This is a county document.
Staff report for the PD approval. That's the county piece showing the quarter-acre lots, and then you've got on the city piece showing all those quarter-acre lots and a bunch of roadways, which were less dense than. But that's basically what was approved by the county. And so what we've done is similar roadway, same connection, less density. That's literally the only difference. Because
That's the binding site plan. You made a major modification to that site plan.
Sir, I'm sorry, we're recording these proceedings and this is a legal proceeding. If we end up in litigation, all your comments are not going to be part of the record, and it's also a distraction, so I appreciate it.
And while I can appreciate this, what I would recommend is having all of the conditions that were a part of that approval. All that information will help guide us to make a decision. Again, not in our packet today. While it's good to have that on the screen, I personally would like to have that approval so I can have that with my knowledge, make a fair decision.
Well, especially knowing that there's already been litigation that was dismissed for some unknown reason.
Right.
We don't have enough facts.
In addition, the major change from last time, again, I think it's fair, have the public comment, let it come to the next meeting, we'll make our decision like we traditionally would in a similar situation.
Okay, absolutely. As your city attorney suggested, could we get some firm direction as to why we're coming back and maybe limit the scope of the hearing to some certain issues?
Absolutely. To me, I would prefer to have this information that was approved with all those conditions from the county. City staff and county staff discuss, make sure that there's no outstanding concerns and how utilities are being addressed.
Well, and make and county staff make sure that their recommendations for approval are not in conflict with one another.
Well, and hopefully in that month's period of time, if they are, to try to
Work through them.
work through them and remedy those conflicts. All right.
Back to your motion?
Back to my motion. Then we change it from 3 months to the next meeting, that we have adequate information of what exactly the county had approved, and if that's in fact what we're looking at now with our decision, because their decision does impact our decision.
So our next hearing will be centered on the county's conditions and our conditions and the synergy or not between them, just make sure everything is in line and correct between the two.
And whatever updates come from staff are presented back to us.
All right, very good. If we can limit the scope to that, we're more than happy.
So I guess you guys are asking for a formal approval from the county, like on paper that you can see. Is that what you're looking for?
That's available right now. That project is approved.
Exactly, just the latest submittal of the latest plan from the planning staff to confirm the number of units and the lot layout and basically.
And whatever conditions that were associated.
Whatever conditions associated with that.
All right, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, and we look forward to having you back here next week.
Thank you. And this goes to the next meeting of this board?
Yep.
Yes, okay, very good. Thank you.
Third Tuesday of the month.
July 19th.
Okay.
Review of item 8, general meeting, review of minutes for the May meeting.
Has everybody had a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting? Okay. All in favor of approval?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Item 9, change in land use from residential low to residential medium on approximately 25.92 acres. A change in land use from neighborhood activity center to residential medium on approximately 3.81 acres, and a major modification of plan unit zoning for Town Park Estates Ordinance 4471 as amended to allow a 4-story multifamily residential development with a maximum of 356 dwelling units on 29.73 acres located south of Town Park Boulevard and west of Yates Road. Owner, English Creek LLC, applicant Sarah Case. Next level planning permitting.
The staff has asked for a 1-month delay in considering this. Do we have a motion to approve the staff's request?
Motion to approve the staff
Second.
request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 10, major modification of plan unit development zoning to increase the maximum number of multi-family dwelling units allowed from 152 to 288. Increase the maximum allowable building height from 2 stories to 3 stories, and adopt a site plan for a new multi-family development project on 26.8 acres, generally located south of Polk Parkway, east of Hardin Boulevard, and west of the Villas 3, 1020 Parkway Frontage Road South. Owner Gigi the Third Investments, LC. Applicant Nick Everly, Hill Point, LLC.
Again, the staff requests an additional 1-month continuance while the applicant works to address access issues. So motion to approve the staff's request.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Item 11, annexation. A small-scale land use amendment to apply a future land use designation of business park and the application of medium industrial zoning, concurrent with city-initiated requests to apply a suburban special purpose context district designation on approximately 8.52 acres located at 5149 Swindell Road. Owner, Leroy Wells Supplemental Needs Trust. Applicant, Kendra McBee, Sloan Engineering Group.
Good afternoon. For the record, Todd Vargo, Community and Economic Development, Senior Planner with that group. I'm again presenting for Philip Scarish, one of our principal planners who can't be here today. So I believe we heard this last month. This is an annexation, and then as it comes into the city, we're assigning it a future land use district and a zoning district, excuse me, and a context district. The property is at 5149 Swindell Road. It's approximately 8.5 acres in size. This is the base map on the left, and then the aerial on the right-hand side, showing the limits of the property and the mail notification boundary that was set out. The subject property has a Polk County future land use designation of RL1, which is their residential low density, which allows for residential development at a maximum intensity of 1 dwelling unit per acre. The subject property currently contains 2 unoccupied single-family homes. You see them there in the picture, with the remainder of the site being utilized as pasture for agricultural grazing purposes. I'm going to go back, and yeah, you can kind of see the houses right up here. And again, the remainder of the site is used for pasture. The northern third of the property is located within a designated floodplain. The subject property is strategically located near the I-4 County Line Road interchange, as well as the Polk Parkway. As part of the Northwest Lakeland Sector Plan, which was adopted by the City Commission in 2012, the subject property is within an area identified for development of new business park uses. The proposed annexation, land use amendment, and rezoning will allow for the by right development of the property for I2 uses, in accordance with the Land Development Code. So this is, again, the 2 vacant or unoccupied residential structures. This Swindell Road is at our back, and we're looking north onto the property. It's turning around, looking back towards Swindell Road. This is going further deep into the property to the pasture area and looking to the east. It's turning to your left, looking north from the pasture area, and then turning to the left again, looking west from the pasture. And that's an existing industrial building, Eagles Landing, I believe is what it's called. At the May 17th, 2022 public hearing, it was last month, concerns were expressed by adjacent property owners regarding buffering. In accordance with Table 4.5-2 of the Land Development Code, a Type C buffer will be required adjacent to residentially zoned property and shall consist of an 8-foot high fence or wall, a 12-foot wide landscape strip composed of a staggered double row of B-type trees on 33-foot centers, and a hedge consisting of 16 shrubs per lineal feet or fraction thereof. So the applicant intends to redevelop this for I2 uses, so it'll be a warehouse. The intent is to locate the truck parking bays on the north side of the building, which is set back approximately 200 feet from the north property boundary. The closest residential dwelling to the north is approximately 400 feet from the north property line, with a large wetland floodplain acting as an additional buffer. The Community and Economic Development staff reviewed this request, and we recommend approval of the annexation, the application of a business park, future land use designation, I2 zoning, and a suburban special purpose context subdistrict for the subject property. I'll stand for any questions, but hopefully if there are any, Chuck and Matt can help a lot. So, did I forget something, Chuck?
And one thing I want to clarify, and I'll ask the applicant to confirm, is that the layout that's shown on the screen, that what the applicant's asking for is straight zoning, and so this would not be a binding site plan, but it is a potential development scenario that we're basing our discussion on. Yeah.
Any questions? Any comment? Okay, is there a motion to approve the staff's request?
Make a motion to approve the staff's request on this property.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 12. Large-scale land use amendment to allow a change in future land use from residential medium to residential low on approximately 19.02 acres, from residential low to residential medium on approximately 24.42 acres, and from residential medium to residential high on approximately 44.67 acres, and a major modification of plan unit development zoning to allow for the redevelopment of the former Wedgewood Golf Course for 1,028 multi-family dwelling units, 204 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units, 16 single-family detached dwelling units, and a 150-bed assisted living facility on approximately 128.5 acres, generally located north of Interstate 4, south of Heather Point Drive, east and west of Carpenter's Way, and north and south of Wedgewood Estates Boulevard, 401 Carpenter's Way. Owner SJD Development LLC, applicant Jonathan Hall, SJD Development LLC.
Okay, and the staff requests a 1-month continuance to provide the applicant with additional time to revise the application in response to the comments received at the May 17th public hearing. Is there a motion to approve the staff's request?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item 13, election of new officers. Your guess is as good as mine.
I didn't see any bell.
Before we conduct the election, I just want to bring up one housekeeping item. Was talking with Christelle about our recusal process. As you know, if you have a conflict of interest, the state law requires you to state the nature of the interest, and then you have to recuse yourself from the vote on that decision, and you have to fill out a form. I believe it's Form 8B, and that form needs to be filed with the city within 15 days of the recusal. So what we decided, because we've had a little bit of issues meeting that deadline, is we're going to start, Christelle will have a stack of those forms here at the meeting. We can take care of it the same day after the meeting. If you want to meet with me and talk through it and make sure it's filled out, I'm here for you. But we thought that would make it easier for everybody, so just wanted to make you aware of that so that we can take care of that in the same meeting and not run up against that 15-day deadline.
So does recusal apply to, like, we were just discussing that parcel today? We weren't voting on it, and
Well, so the statute says that you cannot vote in any matter that will inure to your special private gain or loss. And what that's been interpreted to mean is that if you have any kind of economic interest, one way or the other, in the vote that you're making, you're ethically prohibited from voting. Obviously, that can get a little bit blurry sometimes. I've always advised caution if there's any question to that, because it's an ethics. You're all considered public officers under the law, and so if you commit an ethics violation, then someone can file a complaint against you personally with the Florida Ethics Commission, and now you're defending yourself in front of the Ethics Commission. Our office, how involved we would get with that process would be dependent on the circumstances and everything. But I just want to avoid that as much as possible.
Right, but my question
There's
was,
no prohibition for, if you have an interest in something, to sort of politic for that interest.
Okay, so that's a different question. Can you still sit up here? Can you participate in the discussion, that sort of thing? I mean, I always am very conservative when it comes to ethical issues, and so my recommendation would be to refrain from that sort of thing, because it could be construed that you are lobbying a particular way, maybe because of your interest. And so because that is an argument that could be made, I would advise against it. Now, is there a specific prohibition to it? No, and I think that in some cases, folks have stayed up here on the dais and they've asked questions out of curiosity and things like that, and we have not, our office has not taken a strong position to say no to do that. Now, I do know in other cities that board members are instructed to actually leave, to leave the dais if they recuse, but we haven't gone that far here. There's not a strict prohibition on it. It's just a possibility that it could be construed against you if somebody doesn't like the outcome of the decision and they know that you're conflicted, and they could file that complaint. We can't stop people from filing complaints.
But the recusal is just on the voting matters.
Yeah, the prohibition is specific to the vote. Yeah. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. So we have those forms. Christelle has those forms, and if you ever do have to recuse, let's try to take care of that in the same day.
thank you for keeping us in check.
And with the election, I would just suggest that if someone is going to be nominated, let's ask and make sure that they're willing to accept that nomination, and let's not volunteer anyone to assume an office. Let's have willing participants here. And with that, the floor is open for nominations, and we'll start with the chair.
She's not here.
Oh, for me to nominate?
We have to, do we change every 3 years?
I don't, actually, I could pull up the rules just to see if there's some term limits. I don't recall specifically, unless you.
Every year.
What's that?
Every year it needs to be voted on.
It needs to be voted on every year, but are there term limits to the officers? No? Okay.
Not that I have found.
I do have a question. I mean, I've got interest, but if we're not inclined to do so, that's fine. But I've rolled on to somebody's, and I guess my role is up next month. Is that correct?
But we have it being voted on for another term.
But it's not voted on yet. I guess, does that complicate?
Yeah,
You mean early attempt?
Renominated, I believe, right?
I don't know.
Isn't that?
Yes, you've been renominated.
Yeah, okay, you've been renominated, so I don't think it'll be an issue. We're not kicking you off the board just yet.
You have it till Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay. So, should we be checking first? You say check first with people to see if they even want to be nominated, which makes sense. Would you?
Okay.
Is anyone interested in a particular position?
Kind of feel bad that Leanne's not.
This is
Right,
probably
right,
a bad
right.
day to ask. Hey,
Yeah, after 2 long meetings in a row.
What does the secretary have to do?
Read the.
I can do that. I would like to do that. Unless you want to stay doing it. That's
I'd like to stay.
okay then. You're good.
Stay.
You're done.
okay. So you're agreeing to stay in your position? Okay, we got one down.
Well, we need to vote.
Yeah.
Motion and a vote.
Well, yeah.
So I move that Ronald Roberts stays in the position of secretary.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you. I think.
Okay. Chair and vice chair, and secretary. Or secretary's taking care of chair and vice chair. Anybody care to be chair?
I'd be interested in serving in any capacity. again, I know Leanne's been serving as vice chair. I don't want to succeed her if she would have interest in the chair.
I don't know that she.
I don't know, but that doesn't mean she doesn't.
Sure.
So, what do I? I mean, I don't care. Me, I can do anything. I can stay, I can go, I can at home. What would you like to be? Well, would anybody else interested? So we could have a vote. Oh, wow. What would you care to be? You care to be vice chair? You care to be
Anybody
chair?
else have interest? Anybody opposing me nominating Leanne to be chair, even though she's not here?
I don't think Leanne is going to take it. Leanne, I mean,
don't think so?
in all honesty,
Okay.
because Leanne has turned it down before.
Right.
I mean, we can wait till next week, can't we?
Or next month?
Well, I was just looking at that. It does say, here's what the rule says, and of course, you know, the rules are, the board makes the rules, so the board can change the rules, presumably. But it does say that the election, it says the nomination of the officers shall be made from the floor at the annual organization meeting, which shall be held on the third Tuesday in June, and the elections shall follow immediately thereafter.
Yeah.
So it does specify this meeting, but I know in with some of the other boards I work with, because of folks not being present or other questions, we have postponed elections. And the election does say, election of officers rule does say that a candidate receiving a majority vote shall be declared elected and shall serve for 1 year or until a successor shall take office. So.
Oh, so there's your escape clause. We can wait. Can we wait?
Right, I would feel more comfortable if everybody was present when we did this.
So if we wait until the next meeting, decide it, Secretary Brown was here.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I can stay where I can leave. I'm serious. If you want to be chair, if you want to be vice chair and Leanne doesn't want to move up, I'll stay where I am. If Leanne does want to move up, she's chair, you're vice chair, and I'll go out. But I haven't seen my paycheck for this.
Remember?
Don't wait by the mailbox.
It's the appreciation of staff in your public service.
Periodically to be called that you're getting paid by somebody from the community.
So can we tentatively do that?
With that, I would just ask if it's the pleasure of the board to postpone to next month, I would just ask for a motion
So moved.
stating so.
That we postpone the approval or the election of chair and vice chair until next month.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, thank you.
Now, if you turn in your resignation,
All right, so just jumping down real quick in terms of actions that have been taken by the city commission. I think we're kind of weird that we've had 3 meetings, 3 city commission meetings since the last time that the board has met. But they approved the water supply plan as part of the comprehensive plan, the Geneva Academy student play pavilion, the land use and zoning modifications for Lakeside Preserve with changes requested by the multifamily applicant to kind of more or less coordinate and establish responsibilities for the mitigation and some of the on-site drainage requirements. As you know, the Lake Merriam Apartments was again denied by the commission 5-2 on June 6th. And then yesterday, the city commission approved the Space Shop self-storage facility at Lake Parker and Memorial, as well as the Parker Street Ministries duplex on Myrtle Avenue. So both of those were approved yesterday unanimously. Upcoming cases, and I have to ask if I'm looking at this correctly, but in addition to the items that were continued today, I think the only new item that's come in is Acorn Storage on State Road 33 at Lake Luther. So far. And so it's kind of unusual that we only have one on the list.
Yeah, but if you get English Creek,
Again.
Tract E, and Wedgwood on the same day, we're ordering pizza.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, I mean, yeah. This was unusual. I don't think I would have guessed that we would have gone almost 5 hours. But yeah, I guess it shows.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interest in what we and what you are doing these days, and so yeah, we will definitely take note of where we are on these projects as we put together the agenda and can have lunch ready and make sure. See, that's another thing, the board gets paid for is free lunches, for 5 hour, 6 hour meetings, but. Again, it cannot be. We cannot say it enough. We appreciate your service, your patience, your good questions, and your ability to stick in there on what have been some pretty controversial, thorny items as of late. And so we
I'd
think.
like to thank you guys for your guidance in keeping us where we're supposed to be when it comes to what our responsibilities
Because we
are.
do get off track on occasion.
That's what staff is, here to. We're here to help and guide wherever we can.
I just have a real quick question. Does anybody have any idea of how many single-family homes have been approved, new development in the city of Lakeland since, I don't know, 18 months? Do we have any count of that at this point?
You mean permits issued?
No, I'm talking about developments that we have
Oh,
approved.
individual
How many
developments.
houses have actually been approved? Because I don't see any building going on. That's my thing. I
They can't
see all
get
of this.
materials.
Pardon?
They can't get
They can't get
materials.
Well, maybe so, but I mean, I keep seeing all of this stuff coming in, but yet I don't see any dirt getting thrown around any place.
Like the place
And
by
it's the same
power
thing with apartments. I see all these apartment projects that we've approved, but nobody's breaking ground.
I think part of what's happened is once
That was
the board
almost a year.
approves and it goes back into the more detailed site plan, utility approval process for subdivisions. It goes through our subdivision plat approval process, and those are generally fairly lengthy. Even when we do have, and we do allow for an overlap so that we can review those technical documents, basically, if it's been approved by the P&Z, we allow them to go ahead and submit so that there's an overlap with the city commission review. But still, it takes a lot of time, and so that's why, it may be 6 months or 9 months before, between a planning and zoning board decision and when you start actually seeing dirt being turned. I know that there has been a considerable amount of development out on, like Riverstone. I looked yesterday, they've pulled 1,186 single-family building permits out of 1,299 lots. So, I mean, and so that one's moving very quickly. Hawthorne's moving forward, which is the single-family development right next door. Swan Lake Village, we're reviewing their site plan for their next, I think it's 88 units.
Have they done anything with track B and C at English Creek?
Nothing's been submitted.
Okay.
in terms
Yeah,
of
that may
technical
at some point be coming back for another modification. Just so you know.
Gracious.
Thanks, Matt.
We haven't seen any actual submittals for a subdivision review there, but Cypress Point, that was one you approved a little over a year ago on 92 East.
Lake Parker,
Yeah,
yeah.
Lake Parker. That one is currently under subdivision review.
That's the one.
I know Bridgewater too, there was one a couple of years ago that got approved, that's under construction now.
Yeah.
On the north side.
I want to know, where are all these people living that have come down here, that are on the roads? Where are these people living? They have to be living with family, because it doesn't look like we've built much.
I'd like to ask, is there any indication that the developer or a different developer will be revisiting the Lake Miriam project?
Haven't heard anything.
We're actually still in the time frame for them to appeal that decision to litigation, yeah, so mom is the word on that project right now.
Yeah, nobody's talking. Everybody's holding their breath.
And we should be seeing, I would expect to see site plans pretty soon for the 252 unit multifamily development at Yates and Pipkin that was approved by the city commission back, I think it was in March. They're definitely providing asking technical questions, doing the technical analyses, working with the county on driveway access and other things that lead me to believe there'll be a site plan submittal pretty soon on that. But we're reviewing site plans now for Parkway Preserve right there at Caroline Lakes, the apartments there, as well as the Lakeside Preserve Apartments pros that was approved recently by the commission. So we're reviewing a lot in terms of site plan and subdivision plat approval, but there's definitely a lag time right now to when dirt's being turned.
Are we being recorded?
Yeah.
Well, being recorded, never mind, I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right. And then I guess, Mr. Chair, we're adjourned,
We have
correct?
a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we don't need a motion, but that's just letting our communications know.
Like I said, sorry, I
Thank you.
generated work for you guys, but
Apartment